Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this Monday morning, midsummer, July 13th, down here in Naples with the crew. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And the man on the big screen, senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples, and happy belated birthday to Anthony Crudele, by the way. Almost at the next milestone, baby.
I know. Next year's the big 5-0. Yeah. We got a whole year of 40s left, so I'm going to make the most of it. I will tell you.
He was having fun on a PJ. He was doing good.
And good morning, Chad. Hopefully all of you are doing well. I missed everyone last week, and thank you all so much for many of the messages I received. Very, very thankful and grateful. Love this community. Love this team. Traders are the best people. Let's be honest. It's just, what other business would I be in? None. This is just the greatest. So again, very thankful and grateful. Here we are on this Monday morning, July 13th. We'll take a quick look at the tape and we'll get to the news with Shai. Equity markets off this morning. S&P down around 25. NASDAQ off around 300, off 1% in the NASDAQ. Russell off a third of 1%. Dow is pretty much flat. That divergence is something we're going to talk about this morning. Looked at the monthly charts. Just put out my morning note. You got S&P and Dow slightly up for the month. You've got NASDAQ and Russell opened up the month and pretty much went lower. Got this divergence right now. Don't love equity indexes for the trend following folk out there. But what is positive for month crude oil, Shai, I'll talk more about that this morning, is up $2.50, opened up for the month, trending higher for the month. Oil is back in play, I think. Metal sloppy, choppy, too boppy. What is
Sloppy,
who knows? Whatever Pack says.
Choppy, too boppy.
Yeah, and boppy. Yeah, so. All right, metals are a little choppy. We'll also pick Shai's brain about that as well. Also, what's trending this month that I noticed is only a couple weeks in. Bonds opened up and went lower. Yeah. You know, we got CPI tomorrow. We've got war speaking. So we'll see. And again, dollar stuff a little bit mixed, but dollar's also a market we've been keeping a close eye on. But Bitcoin's been very volatile again, which makes me kind of think crypto is back. But we will get to all of that and more. Shai, the news.
All right. Well, the war is back on. Apparently, Strait of Hormuz is essentially closed again. U.S. Central Command struck approximately 140 Iranian targets Saturday and dozens more on Sunday using one-way attack sea drones for the first time. Iran retaliated Monday with strikes on U.S. bases in Kuwait, Bahrain, Jordan, and Oman. Bloomberg has tanker transits down to 2 vessels today, down from 6 yesterday and 22 at the beginning of July. So all of the traffic is basically at a halt. All of them are avoiding the southern route near Oman that the U.S. says is open after tanker attacks from Iran last week on vessels taking that route. Meanwhile, Iran says that the strait is closed. I wrote about this more in detail in my morning note if you guys want to read more about that in detail. Meanwhile, we've got the chip sell-off overnight and the Kospi hitting U.S. stocks as well. Oil gains obviously helping lift yields today, but SK Hynix shares plunged the most on record, deepening the Korea sell-off. Those shares tumbled a record 15%, underscoring investor concerns that the boom has become a bit overstretched. The sell-off sent the benchmark index down 9% and triggered a market-wide trading suspension again, with peer Samsung down nearly 11%, and foreign investors offloading 1 trillion won worth of Kospi shares. Just note that we just started trading that on the NASDAQ today.
Welcome to the NASDAQ.
And that is, so SK Hynix is now under the symbol SKHY. It is down 8% in pre-market today in the U.S., adding some more volatility to the NASDAQ. Speaking of budget, so speaking of all these spending, Meta is Meta's latest data center is now going to be $50 billion over budget. That is investment beyond the $250 billion for that site as it continues to grow its artificial computing footprint. It's going to add at least 5 more gigawatts of computing power, again, sending that bill up over another $50 billion. We've talked before about, I said what happens when we see demand come back from oil and the strait is still not really open. Well, we are starting to see that. We have China who kind of cushioned the blow by not taking 4 to 5 million barrels a day and digging into their SPR instead. That kind of cushioned the blow during this whole fiasco. But now China's crude imports look poised to recover from a month-long slump as the country relaxes its fuel export curbs, raises run rates, and has snapped up prompt Middle East supplies, with everybody forecasting that they return to strategic stockpiling later this year, which is not a surprise. They hate digging into their SPR, and so that could, on top of them bringing back 4 to 5 million barrels, the traders are expecting another 800 million barrels or 800,000 barrels a day just to replenish their SPR. So that's a lot of demand coming back. South Africa also plans to increase its strategic oil reserves for the first time since the apartheid government stockpiled crude, so a long time ago. And India's state-owned oil and gas corporation has approved an expansion of their SPR. So we've got a lot of demand coming on and still at a halt. And then last but not least, if you like the prediction markets, good news, you may face a lighter tax burden than if you were wagering through sportsbooks, because the prediction markets are marketed as investments, not sports gambling. So there you go. And that as far as data is concerned today, there is absolutely no data on the docket today. Quiet day for data.
Bet more, Craig. We needed a meme right there for that when Shai says, "Oh, it's less taxes." Yeah, it's more. Trade more. And one of the drivers we had out there when we were going to the golf course one day when I was off last week, he was talking about how he was trading prediction markets. 20 years old or 21 years old, psychology major at Temple. I was in Philly, and he's trading prediction markets. I said, yeah, adds up. I said at least you're going to you're learning how to become a psychologist. I go, you might need one soon too. And he was a good kid. Craig, middle of July. Well, what's the environment we're looking into today?
Yeah, you're seeing elevated geopolitical concerns again. Oil on the move. S&P's yawning, right? Barely even moving. Why? Expiry week, positive gamma regime, supportive flows, into tomorrow and then really through the week. But tomorrow's a big macro day with CPI in the morning, War speaking to Congress, big bank earnings. Wednesday we get PPI. So we have a heavy macro week. And as we push through the week, that supported positioning starts to become less in importance. It's great that we have Dan Roos coming on later this morning to talk from Vol Signals about that. He's a man on that stuff. So definitely looking forward to listening to him on the key levels. But just broadly, it's harder to get the overall indices to move in a supportive expiry week, which means we have dispersion. So what do we have overnight? Challenging news, to say the least, coming out of Korea. So the semi-trade is under pressure, significant pressure. What do we have on the other side? Dow futures are kind of flattish. The Russell's outperforming. Tomorrow we could wake up and it's the opposite, and we get a better than expected news from somebody. They go the other way. So that's what we've been seeing, this dispersion trade. Implied correlations are at basically down to as low as they've been in forever. And so this week is a little bit more of that chop. But as we push into next week, the window of potential weakness reopens again. The bar for other things that are happening in the world, it goes from minuscule from infinitesimal to minuscule. But it just means that we can trade a little bit more freely in a little bit more of a correlated direction, such that if we have continued escalation of geopolitical concerns and missiles flying and crude bouncing and yields moving higher, it'll be more difficult for the equity indices to kind of continue doing what they're doing. More likely to see a more directional move on back of that, starting till the end of this week and into next week.
Pay attention, everybody. Understand these environments that we're in. Like when Craig says that we're in positive gamma, you got expiry week. Understand that, especially if you're trading the S&P. I mean, the NASDAQ and the Russell, they kind of defy some of that sometimes, and we'll talk more about that here in a moment with Jimmy. But if you're an S&P trader, understand this environment is going to be choppy right now and choppy, likely to grind higher. But Jimmy, I want to talk to you about that. I mean, when I came in yesterday, landed, first thing I did was get settled, take the dogs for a walk, and then what did I do? Look at charts, monthly charts. Why monthly charts? Because where are we for the month? I want to see where we are. Last couple of weeks, you had 4th of July, I was out, and then I come back and I look and see what's trending from the beginning of the month, beginning of the quarter. You have Russell and NASDAQ trending lower. You have S&P and Dow. I wouldn't say trending higher, consolidating more than anything, but positive on the month. And then you have the metals also kind of flat to positive. But the only thing I saw that was really clean, two things. Crude oil open for the month, grinded higher. Bonds open for the month and grinding lower.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're absolutely right on that. I see these coiling markets, as Tracy would say. The 8 EMAs and the 21 EMAs are just kind of keep touching each other one way or the other. The NASI, if you pull up a daily chart for the last several days, we keep hitting that 30,000 level. We just keep hitting it. And right now, that's kind of defining resistance on the upside. I don't want to suggest we can't hit it again today, but that's kind of a number that I just keep seeing. Alternatively, on the S&P, you're seeing the same behavior around that 7,600 level as well. So you got 7,600, you got 30,000. These things are kind of sideways until they're not. The NASI is obviously a lot more, I'll use the word volatile or aggressive for sure. So we'll see what happens here. I really see some sideways stuff going on. We're going to hear a lot of stuff about what's going on in Capitol Hill over the next couple of days. Don't forget, we have summer recess that's coming up. It's almost a month in August. And then this year, because of midterms, we're going to have October recess again. So things like the Clarity Act and those and budgets actually are going to be really, really tough to deal with not that much time with these folks on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, back to you. I mean, third quarter, typically, it's always the slowest quarter. I mean, you can't say always because there's going to be times in years that it's not the case. But typically, this is what you're going to get. You have the quarter one, quarter two, the beginning of the year, the reactions to the beginning of the year in Q2, and then everything kind of slows down. So I'm not surprised to see a divergent tape that we're seeing in equity indexes. I'm not surprised to see metals take a pause here. They've seen some selling. They've slowed that down. But again, I go back to what's picking up in Q3. And to me, this is something to take note because it's a slower quarter. I want to see what is shaping up for this quarter to be. We went back and talked about this at the end of the quarter and the beginning of the quarter. Watch the beginning moves to see what's happening. Oil's in play, fundamentals, technicals, headlines, all supporting a bid. But crude oil, but bond markets also supporting an offer. And I wonder, what happens here from that?
Yeah, it's going to be a big next few days and few weeks for, I think, the bond market here, particularly because we get this CPI print, which will be the last inflation print before the Fed meeting. And right on the heels of it, you're going to get Warsh speaking to Congress for 3 hours tomorrow and then 3 hours again on Wednesday. And while he's not keen on giving forward guidance, the likelihood is he's going to have to address, the momentum in inflation. If we get a hotter than expected print, there's going to be more expectations that the Fed should be moving sooner rather than later, possibly as early as July. Donnie Phillips coming on later this morning. We'll get great to hear from him on the bond market too. On the flip side, if it's weaker than expected, we're likely to get rate hike expectations falling. We're also likely to get the dollar strength dissipating, and so we've seen a big move.
Just talking right now, just a heads up.
So that's the other thing that can move markets at any point in time. But you're right, the bond market has been soft. There's been a lot of supply from the AI capex names. It's not clear that monetary policy is restrictive and slowing down anything on the AI capex story. And so with Treasury global deficits accelerating, not just in the U.S., but in Japan and in Europe, plus the AI story, we just put a lot of supply into the bond market. And investors are saying, you know what, I need more compensation for that. And I think that pressure on the long end is going to continue. At some point, higher cost of capital becomes a headwind for valuations and for earnings in the equity market. So far, we really haven't seen that play out in broad strokes, but there are certainly segments of the economy and segments of the markets that have struggled, whether it's housing, low-end retail. And so the more that we get weakness in the bond market, the more likely we're going to see economic headwinds developing, earnings get hit, valuations get hit, and that's that's your case for a choppier to downward move, kind of in a traditionally slower third quarter trading environment, at least until Labor Day.
Yeah, no doubt. I agree.
On a 30-year bonds, Deli, I mean, we had a pretty big, the large specs increased their shorts quite a bit on COT, and then the commercials increased their longs. So that's on that is not. We should keep an eye on that as this market continues to sell off toward these May 2025 lows.
That's a good call out, Jimmy. I think we talked more about that this morning, too, in the Edge Report with you. I think that's something very important. Again, beginning of the quarters set the tone for the rest of the quarter. You could be a short-term day trader and say, I only follow the short-term charts, which I think is probably where you want to be for equities right now because they're very mean reversion. But again, what's setting up? Shy. Oil, it's back in play again. We've talked about it was out of play. And here's the thing that you and we talk about. We understand the dynamics of a market, right? So we understand that even though you were bullish, the technicals were bearish, we said, listen, it's eventually going to work its way out. And then when it comes back into play, be aware of it. Crude oil back in play right now. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think that's why you're having the 10-year, having a hard time getting a bid. That's why yields are up, right? Fears of inflation, rate hike expectations just went higher because crude went higher. And so that is a big headwind for the 10-year specifically, being that they're 88% correlated. And in that same vein, that is why you see gold and silver both down today. You have yields up, gold and silver down, dollar firmer. We're, almost back to 101. That's a big headwinds for gold and silver, even though silver's kind of got a double whammy today because you have the NASDAQ down, and copper, because you have the AI CapEx trade sort of off the table, at least, in the overnight tape. Anything could change, obviously, as soon as the U.S. market opens. But that's also a double whammy for silver since it's an industrial metal and a monetary metal. But that's why, keep in mind those correlations between crude oil, 10-year yields, and the precious metals.
Yeah. One thing I want to say to all the traders out there, good morning, by the way, again. One thing that I've seen that's a very common issue with the longevity of a short-term day trader is that they stay with one market, they only trade one market, and they don't adjust their strategy when the market environment isn't conducive to that strategy. Like right now, equity indexes, we know there's a divergent tape. We know it's going to be choppy. And most of you, like me, especially when I was just trading one market, you're not super patient, right? Because all of a sudden, eventually you're going to trade. You wake up, you push buttons. And the one thing that I learned over time, and I've seen this now being behind the scenes as well, been behind the scenes for a while, a lot of different stuff, seeing how traders evolve over time. The ones that really last the longest are the ones that are able to trade multiple markets. And they're not just tied into one market, and they're not just over trading one market. Now, it doesn't mean you can't make money over time with just one market. That's not the case. But you got to be really, really patient and understand market environments that are conducive to your strategy. Now, when you get into a situation like this, if you're open to trading other markets, you look at what's all lined up. That's what we try to help you with. You've got crude oil right now. It's got fundamental, headlines, and technical stars starting to support it. Jimmy Jude, my guy, he put a tweet out, maybe it was a week ago, and he was talking about 67 back to the scene of the crime where crude oil, this whole thing started with Iran. Went back down there, tagged it, held. Big key level that is. It's back in place. So now you have a potential reversal in trend, back to the fundamentals that Shai talks about, back to the headlines that we're talking about. And what's playing off of that? The bond market. And why does that matter? Because what Shai just said. Now the bond market opens up for the month and goes lower. That's where money flows are coming in. They're selling bonds, buying oil. That's where a cleaner trending market is. So when you get to your short-term stuff, you're able to sit there and be more hyper-focused on one direction. I'll go Jimmy and then Craig. Jimmy, I mean, we need to talk about that more, honestly, because I know that every day we take it for granted as we've seen so many different cycles. But now here we are in Q3. A lot of times, as I've talked about, it's a slower quarter. Traders start to struggle a little bit because they're maybe used to volatility in Q2 that doesn't exist in Q3. And talk about where you see the cleaner setups and just even the psychology behind, shifting from one environment to the next.
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, the summer trade, they call it, right? So we're in the summer trading season, everything kind of slows down, everyone's going on vacation. That's not always true every year, but we got a slow start so far. So we do have these kind of sideways kind of price behavior, but the two markets you called out, which are going to be in the edge report, bonds and crude oil, are definitely on the move. Crude oil is at a $74 level right now. We did fill that gap, and it just does not, there's no end in sight of the drama in the Middle East. So that's going to be part of that. And then, of course, the supply and demand equation is also going to be there. So, I'm looking, I have biases on some of these markets and no biases on others. So right now for the stock index futures, I don't have a bias. I'm going to go with what I see in the morning and kind of decide, hey, am I looking for places to get long today, or am I looking for places to get short today? And then tomorrow it might be a different situation. Whereas with crude oil or bonds, I got biases. Bonds, I want to look for places to sell. Crude oil, I'm looking for places to buy. So it's market to market right now for me and day to day for me. But right now with the stock index futures, like you said, you could have a reversal tomorrow after a huge gain today. So keep that in mind as you're looking at, when you wake up in the morning and you're thinking about how you want to position yourself.
Yeah. Craig, back to you. Not everyone, but a lot of people talking about what's going on in Japan again. Enlighten us. Educate us.
Yeah. I mean, Blake and I talked about this last night and on Friday a little bit too. I mean, dollar yen, obviously it's an important cross. The yen is as weak as it's been in the last 40 years. And so what we're seeing is, calls for the BOJ to raise rates. Are they going to raise rates? How quickly? Are they going to pass different laws to try to repatriate capital? Japan is the largest overseas owner of U.S. dollar assets, whether it's U.S. bonds, U.S. equities. And so to the extent they need to or want to bring capital home to Japan, that's how you can start to get kind of a 1 + 1 + 1 = 10 type dynamic where they become sellers, and it puts pressure on U.S. asset markets, particularly in the bond market. And so if they become sellers of U.S. treasuries, that's another flow that kind of comes into the mix here, pushes yields higher as they are either they're supporting their currency or they're being forced to bring home capital in order to invest locally in their deficit spending objectives from the new administration. So that's where it's important. Not necessarily you have to trade dollar yen. It's just we're at levels now where it's something you should keep on your screen, because if you started to see kind of big moves in either direction, markets could get a little bit wonky. And particularly if you saw kind of a big announcement that led to yen strength, that could kind of kick off a bit of this carry trade unwind, which at times in the past has been market moving. Most recently in July, August of 2024,
yeah.
Which also came with record low implied correlations, which I mentioned at the onset here. So you have some of that fodder again together cross asset wise. We're seeing kind of similar things that have led to unwinds. And so, you're just keeping an eye on that. Again, it's expiry week, there's positive flows, but as you push into the back half of this month, earnings season, more directional, less supportive flows, things that are outside of the purview of kind of your day-to-day equities could matter more for the equity market than this week or last week, when it's harder for those things to actually matter because all the systematic and supportive flows are in there.
Yeah, no doubt. I remember that. I was actually up in the Georgia mountains in that August. I woke up that morning and I was like, whoa, so much for taking off in August. Was one of the busiest days of the year. Again, that's what could happen when you get these really quiet markets and all of a sudden a little change in something happens and you can get these big outsized moves. So obviously stay tuned to NinjaTrader Live and we'll keep you up to date on any news or anything that hits. But we're getting ready for the Edge Report. I want to say I was gone last week. What did I do? Every morning I woke up, read the newsletter. Team always kept me in the know, as they say. Go and sign up for that newsletter. We will put that link in chat right now. None of the fluff bullshit. It's good stuff in there. So again, appreciate all of you because it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's continue the conversation on the 30-year Treasury bonds. This is a weekly chart you have, and the top panel are the candles, of course, and on the bottom is the commitment of traders histogram bars, which kind of shows us what's happening with the reportable positions out there. Let's start with the candle right now. I mean, I drew a rectangle up here. This rectangle starts back on the week of March 20th, right? This is right now medium-term resistance, right? So 114 handle, 114.18 to 114.16, something like that. Just sellers keep pushing us down. We hit basically a double top if you think about it. On the downside, though, we have three pretty significant kind of moves down so far over the last couple of weeks. And we have a really nice target here, this May 2025 level at 110 and 132nd. I kept that on my chart for a reason. And then below that, we have the swing low here as well. And the swing low is at 109.18-ish, give or take a tick. So a couple of targets on the downside, which I have my eyes on. I think it's more likely we hit those targets than do the opposite and get back up to that 114 handle. Again, this is my personal bias, in my opinion, and I'm kind of bearish right now. Commitment of traders, you see this blue histogram bar at the bottom here. It got more negative, right? It got bigger. It started to taper a little bit last report, but this report it got bigger. These are the large speculators that are increasing their short positions. The red bar kind of did the opposite, right? These are the commercial hedgers or the users, as we call them. They increased their long positions, not a lot, just a little bit, but enough to create more of a divergence between the two that kind of raised my eyebrow, supporting my bearish disposition. Ultimately, we have an October 2023 low at 107 and 430 seconds. I'm not saying we're going to get there tomorrow, but we could get there. So we'll keep our eye on that. Again, a daily chart, again, supporting a nice sell-off here. We hit these highs way back here at the end of June at 114.07 and continue to sell off here. We're trading right below the previous week's close as well, and we're tapping that previous week's low at 110.25, 30 seconds as we speak. Intraday, there's some targets here that you should keep your eye on, including S2. This is part of the daily pivot study, which I'm a fan of. Make new lows, 110.23, 30 seconds. We have MenthorQ's one-day min at 110.21, 30 seconds, and then 110 and 16, 30 seconds for that 0 DTE put support. And this could be a little bit of an anticipation also on what's going to happen tomorrow with CPI. Let's shoot over to crude oil really quickly here, because that's the other story. We gapped up on crude, and let's see if I can get my daily chart here. There we have it. Again, we're in a relatively tight range, kind of a weak, this is a daily chart, guys, kind of a weak retracement back up. This isn't a really big retracement back up, but we are still between the 8 and the 21 EMA, which could be constructive or maybe considered a start of a sideways trend right now. But we're off the mat, man. We had previous week's low is at $67.82. And so that's quite a distance away, actually, even though my axis is a little bit skewed here on this particular market. But, the moving averages, 8 EMA and the 21 EMA are starting to converge. They're starting to tighten. And that could suggest one of two things, either a sideways, depending on how fast they converge, a sideways market, or a cross above would be a bullish indicator as well. Intraday, we got some really nice targets here. We're finally trading above VWAP, right? We've got a little bit of a sell-off here, and then we're back above that session VWAP right now, arcing upward pretty nicely, 74.12. We do have some targets up. Should we get a breakout to the upside? This call resistance is on my radar screen. It's $76. I know it seems like a far stretch, but we could do it. First, we have to take out the session highs here. That session high was at 75.08. So we'll see if we could do it or not. Volume profile is immature right now, not too bad. On the downside, if things kind of break down, we do have that previous session's highs at 73.16, and then keep an eye on this high vol level where gamma kind of shifts intraday, 72.25 on the downside. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guests.
So we have DCP Cooks, Donnie Phillips. He's ex-CME local independent trader. Now we're going to talk to him about silver markets, bond markets, all the markets.
The stirs. Donnie's Donnie's my guy. Always love having him on. Perfect day, really, again, to have him here. I was looking at 3-month SOFRs down near the lowest it's been. Bonds trending lower. See what he thinks. All right, let's take a look at who else will be on NinjaTrader Live this morning. Following Donnie, we've got Tape Talk with Dan Roos, who's going to be really a regular more here on the network, and I just love his work. I know that the crowd loves him as well. We got Trade the Open with Tanja and Salma every Monday. Midday Markets, we've got Nick Furtick and Stowe, my boys. And then Trade the Close, we've got Joey, Leo, and Jack. All right. Well, it's time for Donnie. Let's bring him in. What's up, bud?
Morning, guys. How are you?
I'm doing great. Here we are Monday morning, 2 weeks into July. And I looked at the monthly charts before I came in this morning. Last night I looked at it, I said, what's really setting up for a trend for the quarter, for the month? You got crude oil opened up. It's been grinding higher. And the bond market, SOFR market, grinding lower. Little different environment that we had last quarter. Just curious what your thoughts are.
You know, the last time I was on was right at the beginning of the start of this war, right? And I remember you guys asking me what would be the case for rate hikes. And that was March, right? And I didn't see a case for rate hikes. And we've gone through all of this. And we've got a new Fed chair. And we've got bond markets on their lows. You got June 27 SOFR in a downtrend, putting in a new lower channel. And we've got Warsh as a Fed chair, and no one knows how it's going to play. No one knows what less forward guidance is going to bring. No one knows if he can gather a committee and get uniformity on a position going forward. So what I started working on a few weeks ago was a series of questions. What is it going to take for us to get some clarity and some understanding? And then I got something that I haven't had in decades. I got a tax refund from the brewery. The brewery failure, the K1 loss, gave me a nice sizable tax refund. And I was sitting there thinking about it last week, and I'm like, where do I want to put $100,000 right now? Where do I want to invest it? Do I want to buy bonds? Do I want to buy indices? Do I want to buy tech? Do I want to buy AI? Do I want to buy a T-bill? And I don't have an answer. I don't know where I want to allocate $100,000 right now because there's so much uncertainty. And if you take all of that and you put it all together, and then you look at where the market is right now, it's truly remarkable. We're pretty much just a few ticks away from all-time highs and SPOOs. Bonds are not cratering. The yen hasn't blown out. So this market is just digesting all of this right now. And I know I saw you guys have Vol Signal on later. He put out one of the best charts I think I've seen on market maker productivity and what they're doing and where we're at right now. And I think the market maker positioning on options and how that's pinning the SPOOs right here is really an interesting tell. It's literally saying, we're just going to wait and see what happens next. And if we're going to get a move from the Fed, I don't think it's going to be until October. And I'm more inclined to think it's going to be a cut than I do think it's going to be a hike. If this market was really anticipating a rate hike, with the restart of the war, with oil prices going back up, with all that's going on in the Middle East, with Ukraine and Russia, with senators dying, the bond market should be selling off. We should be down 30 bips today. And we're not. And so that in and of itself, now maybe it's just a summer market, but we're not overreacting at all in the bond market. If anything, we're complacent. Now that might mean that, we start to get some activity as we come out of August. But for now, it's literally telling me this market is just looking through all of this. And it's truly remarkable. It's almost like you look at everything that's out there and all the news is I mean, short of the World Cup and all that optimism, Twitter's a negative wasteland of bad stuff right now. And we're not
really
doing
is.
anything with it. I mean, it's just like, it's I'm still trading curve as it's a mean reversion trade. I'm buying it when it feels ugly. I'm selling it when it feels optimistic. I traded more ZB last week off of this level that we're at right now. I bought them at 1031 last week. I sold them as we got up into 16 and 19 and 21. I got short. I bought them back. I'm trading a quarter to maybe half my max DV01, so maybe $1,000 or $2,000 a tick. I don't want to get crazy, but I don't see a case where we're going to get just like a six-fold big boy tick move in the bond market right now. And I think if we get it, it's not going to be blowing out 5.5%. I mean, we're in a flattening market when you look at the curve. And I think if we get something, it's going to be a bull steepener more than it's going to be anything else.
Jai.
So if everybody's complacent right now, markets seem complacent, even with all of this risk going on, what breaks first?
I mean, you'd expect the SPOOs to break, right? You'd expect the SPOOs to break, and you'd expect them to break off of a rate hike, right? That's what you would expect. But do the SPOOs look like they're going to blow out right now? They look like they want to go on vacation. You know what I mean? It's a very, very, really weird market. I was talking to an old buddy of mine, Charlie Riley, CJR. He used to fill orders in the back month euros. And he's got a place up in Eagle River. We vacationed up there for years. We had a place up there for years. There's 3 homes in Eagle River, Wisconsin on the waterfront for sale. 3. Over $1 million. That's it. There's 13
Only
lakes up
3,
there, 12 lakes up there.
Yeah.
There's 3 homes. So that tells me no one's trying to dump their real estate. If you look at, I'm trying to move to Nevada to the Tahoe area so I can get closer to the grandkids.
And over in Europe.
There's nothing for sale on the lake, on Tahoe. Incline Village, there's nothing of note for sale with any distress. So if you want to go to a place where people that have money, there's no distress. There's no distress in the SPOOs. There's no distress in the bonds. Everything is just digesting here. And I don't think we're in a spot where people are freaking out. Market makers are hedging the SPOOs into a perfect mean reversion trade. The bond market is trading 4 bips below where it was last Thursday. That's it. I mean, we literally are talking about, are we going to, put boots on the ground in Iran? Are we going to bomb Kharg Island? Are we going to do any of these things? And the bonds are down 4 bips. So, and we're in a 16 tick range, 20 tick range now. So maybe it's just the summer market, but I really think that everything is looking past it. GDP is still relatively strong. Inflation is ticking along, and And we're talking about mean reversion as the Fed's new signal, right? So what does that mean? That means we're going to look past inflation going forward. I mean, seriously, I mean, if we're going to go from PCE to mean, trimmed mean, we're literally saying we're going to go with the most liberal, most accommodative measure of inflation as the Fed's policy tool. And then we're not going to talk about stuff. So that could probably be the thing that's most interesting is we're not going to talk about stuff. And maybe that's part of the problem with the bond market right now is no one knows what Warsh is really going to try to be able to accomplish. That's kind of probably the most likely scenario right now.
Yeah. So we've only got a few minutes left, Donnie. I want to, Shai, tomorrow we've got CPI.
Right.
What's that number looking like? What is everybody on the economist side?
So CPI is supposed to come in. They're expecting a lot lower because oil prices have come down. So expectations are for CPI month over month to be minus 0.1%. So that's to come out. Prior was 0.5%. So their expectations are much cooler. Yeah.
So Donnie, preview of that tomorrow. Here we are again. Maybe summer markets, maybe just a period of just consolidation. CPI is expected cooler tomorrow. What will you be looking for? Because we won't have you here tomorrow morning, post CPI.
I really expect this market to hold in here and try to regain some footing and try to put in a little bit of a bid. I think everyone's looking past CPI, to be honest with you. It's been widely forecasted that it was going to be cooler because of the way the data flowed, because of the agreement in Iran. So if there's an outlier, if there's a surprise there, I think that would be the bigger surprise. I mean, the jobs market numbers are hard to understand. The inflation data is relatively forecastable at this point in time. PCE, whether it's trimmed mean or it's CPI or PPI, it's all, there's no surprises there until we get a surprise. So my hunch is the long end of the curve tries to hold in here and tries to get a bid. If you look at the June 27 SOFR contract, I think that's where everything in the STIR world is looking at, is that kind of that window of time. Ever since we started the war, it's been in a downtrend and it's pricing in yields just over 4%. But if you look at the Taylor rule, and if you look, there's 3 different versions of the Taylor rule that you can augment it and you can check it out and you can play with it. The Taylor rule is an estimation of where R star should be to hold the economy in a relatively stable position. We're a full basis point under the worst case scenario on Taylor rule. So if the Fed wants to hike and Warsh wants to be more than just vocal about being hawkish, Fed funds should be, according to the Taylor rule, and some of the most conservative and honest reviews of the Taylor rule, Fed funds should be at least 75 bps higher. And we're not even close to that. We're not even discussing it. So tell me all day you want to be hawkish, but I don't see how they get there when we've got all the debt servicing we've got to accommodate going forward. So I think we are here at these levels right now, mainly because the Fed doesn't know how Warsh is going to respond. And if he's going to be able to get the committee together to actually accommodate a hike. But the reality is we're running relatively loose fiscal policy and they're trying to talk it down, but they're not actually doing it. If Warsh was truly a hawk, he would have hiked at his first meeting, a quarter point, just to say, you know what, new cowboy in town.
Yep.
But then you've got you've got the reality that Trump put him in place because he said all the right things about being, willing to cut, willing to accommodate the market. And so I probably think that's the bigger question mark here on why the bonds in the SOFR market are kind of locked in here, is he said he was going to cut, but he came out hawkish. The Taylor rule says we're 75 bips easy, and SPOOs are at an all-time high. So if the Fed actually comes out and gets hawkish here, and they actually raise rates, where does that put SPOOs? And to me, that puts SPOOs at least 15% lower, 10% lower right out of the gate. And I don't know that they want to do that into midterms. So, we could literally be on hold through the elections here, and then maybe they show us what they really want to do. And I guess that's a little tinfoily, but, I think
really.
that's
So much for
the
the
market
Fed's
we're kind of
independence.
Yeah.
So-
Exactly. Well, Donnie, we got to end it there. But
No worries.
man, I could sit here and talk to Donnie all morning. I want him to be in the studio. I want to be having coffee with him and doing that. I think we have to do that, Donnie. You ever venture down to Naples?
Come on down.
My grandfather used to live in Naples way back in the
Old
day.
people
He used to be a bank president up in Ridgewood, New Jersey, and he retired in Naples, and he had a little place in old Naples, and my old man foolishly sold it back in the day. But yes, I love Naples. I need to come down sometime.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we'd love to have you. Donnie Phillips, everybody. Go follow Donnie on X. He's one of the best. He's my guy. Donnie,
Thanks,
thank you
Donnie.
so much for joining us.
Great to see you, brother. Be good. Shy girl, take care of yourself. See you soon.
All right. Thanks, Donnie. That kind of spooked me a little bit. I'm not going to lie. The markets are so calm in the face of all of this, because now I feel like what's going to break?
Yeah, maybe. I you know what's going to be interesting? We got Dan Roos next, and we're going to talk about what the market makers, like exactly what Donnie talked about, how they have the SPOOs pinned the way that they are, and and again, I think the fact that we do feel that we're so consolidated and everyone is in this mindset of uncertainty, that the markets just keep doing what they're doing, they just keep moving in the directions.
Away.
That. I know what you're saying, Shy, but again, it's like, again, it is July. And I think that's the other thing,
Also,
too. It's like, it's
that's a good
July
point.
13th, and everyone's like, we're not moving this enough. We should be moving more. But no.
Also a good point. A good point.
So, but again, we'll be here to cover it as it happens.
Absolutely.
Shy, we'll see you in chat.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, let's bring in Dan and Jimmy Caggs. We have the three of us here together. Mr. Roos,
Good morning.
welcome to Naples, buddy.
Thank you, and happy belated birthday to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, bud. So how's it been settling in down here in the almost Caribbean weather? Welcome to the tropics, buddy.
I moved up north. I moved from Key Largo, so for me, this is like going back to something a little more normal. It's kind of nice.
We got another guy who's one from south to, well, we were northerners. Jimmy and I, Chicagoers, back to the south, and me and Jimmy, we never going back up north, are we?
Never going back up north. No chance. No chance.
No.
We feel the same about Chicago.
Yeah, I'm up there every month. I'll be there again next week. And that's about as much as I could deal with as that 1 week a month. But so Dan, let's start with what Donnie said. He said you put out one of the best charts explaining where the S&P is, or why the S&P is kind of pinned up here right now. It's a lot of pressure for you. Donnie's calling.
I know. So that's exactly what I was thinking in my head.
He's like, and Jimmy is with us here. Jimmy follows what's happening in the options data, and I rely on him and what's happening with MenthorQ and all of that. And again, I'm hoping you guys could kind of shed some light on why you guys think the SPOOs are kind of pinned and tagged here.
Should I go first?
Yeah.
You go first, bud.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's gamma. It's a combination of things. I think summer just happens to be one of those times when people don't really trade that actively. And so you always tend to see the seasonal trough in VIX. When we have normal positioning, lower volatility usually means higher index as well. So that's perfectly normal. And it reinforces something. And then I feel like people themselves wind up needing a story for that. So they think that the market's stable. People must think that it's stable. I'm also going to buy and trust that it's stable. And you get this reflexivity, this feedback loop, which helps you just keep going higher and higher. And then we're in this place too, where we hit a ceiling around 7,500 last cycle. We kind of churned around a little bit, which is super important because there's a lot of program trades which are completely agnostic with respect to any macro risk. They just sell upside calls every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, for example. So another 4,000 hit the tape all the time. And when you get stuck in these ranges, those calls don't go away. They're never closed. So they create gamma that persists and sticks us in ranges like this that we kind of can't break through the ceiling very easily. So I do think that might change pretty soon, but I'll let Jim talk too.
Yeah, no, that's good stuff. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm seeing, it's funny, the strength in the S&P though is still a little bit startling to me. I mean, I have an anchored VWAP on my chart right here, and we have this first standard deviation band, which is kind of acting like a guide. We just keep trading through it as it's arcing upward. We're not making new highs. We made a new high back in on the 15th of June, and then we had another serious high on the 2nd of June. So you could say, oh, there's a triple top there, but we're having a little bit of a momentum to the upside still in the S&P, which is kind of interesting given the circumstances.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, we'll have you comment on that.
Yeah, I expected a little bit of volatility in June. July looked very weird to me about a month ago. There was a lot of spot up, vol up positioning. I think we had one of the biggest periods on the calendar of spot up, vol up behavior that I've seen in my entire career, where the market kept going higher, volatility kept kind of grinding higher with it. And usually that precedes a pullback. And we got a modest one in June that was very much still aligned with, I would call, the dealer positioning. Now, whether we sustain this range now, I think that my view, again, sometimes I hate giving my view because I feel like it boxes me in. But the way I read the tape now is next week is super important. Next week is when VIX expires. So everyone tends to look at OPEX, but I think people undervalue the VIX. Now, VIX is also driven by options positions to a large degree, and it's a more difficult one to manage too. So you get a lot of, I don't want to say determinism, but a lot of ranges kind of carved out by the hedging. And so 20 has been a super important level for a long time in the VIX. It still is, but it looks to me like after next week, a lot of the hedging that market makers have to do to expire that position safely involves selling of VIX futures. And I think that as long as we keep flirting with these little vol spikes that don't cross the levels that I think are important to inflect the market, right? Not big enough. They create the dips that you can buy. Now, I think next week, it becomes a lot more random, where all of a sudden post Wednesday, if we get a vol spike and we find VIX above 19 or 20, it looks much more likely for me that we can start to see an extended sell-off into August.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's funny.
We're from an intraday and just a shorter term time frame, when I look at some of the gamma exposure levels and the high vol levels, we're kind of pinned between JAX 1 as we call it, and then this HVL level, suggesting maybe we are a little positive gamma from an intraday point of view at this point in the S&P, in a really small range, at least for today's session. And we've kind of seen these smaller ranges going forward here. I know there's some data coming out tomorrow which might kind of change all that stuff, but when I look at that, when I think about the futures markets, when we talk about pins and stuff like that, we're looking at 7650. I know you look at SPX. This is the S&P futures, 7650 for JAX 1, and then that HVAL level, which is super important here, and that could act like a magnet for sure. That's down at 75.75. So we'll see if it could kind of get there, get to any kind of attraction either way throughout the week.
Yeah, interesting. For today, I see the kind of the inflection line at 75.45. If we hold above 75.45, I'd expect a little bit of a drift up towards 75.60 to 75.75. And the way I look at our data, looks like 75.85 is the upper boundary, with 7,600 as the stronger boundary for the levels today. What's interesting too is there's a lot of gamma on the position for tomorrow. So it's interesting to see this. We've had this position kind of creep forward for us, where intraday positioning can be super important. But I always remind my followers too that the longer term stable positioning really is the glue for markets. When you have a lot of gamma coming from options that are expiring not just today, but tomorrow. It's not transient. As well as vols that are really low, because lower vol gives higher gamma to options. It creates a market that really doesn't move very much. That's what we're seeing lately, I think, with really high percentile gamma figures. But it's interesting to see that a lot of that actually comes off the tape tomorrow after CPI. So for me, that's kind of strange. Maybe that'll change today with hedging ahead of it. But it's interesting to see a lot of short gamma in July, but a lot of options sold to market makers for tomorrow.
Dan, I want you to talk about the importance of the timing of these weeks, because it's funny, you talked about how next week could be the week where if we see the vol spike, it could be different. Because this morning, Craig Shapiro was on with us and he talked about this exact thing. He's like, this is the week where it doesn't matter as much, right? Like right now we're in positive gamma. You come in, and for short-term ES traders, are kind of like, well, why is this week different than next week, and understanding of it. And I know you talked about expiry and what you're seeing here with what you're talking about, how this is going to kind of resolve itself after tomorrow, after CPI. But the timing of this stuff is so ingrained in this tape now, and I hope that the short-term day traders really do tune in and understand this and helps them become better executors of their strategies, because there's these moments where the options market is really just, I mean, we could say most of the moments are dictating the traffic, but really these from one week to the next, it has become very noticeable to me, and it just explained that nuance.
Yeah. So excuse me. The way I talk about it is that we don't have like inside information about who will do what, right? But we do have something that's like prescription for what market makers have to do. They reflect a big part of the trading volume as well. And so these positions are deterministic in the sense that they're knowable. The hedge path is knowable, and they don't turn off. So they're always in market. And so oftentimes what's most vexing is you get these moments where, like, from a macro perspective, it looks really bullish or bearish. And what I would say is always respect the cycle timing as like a very broad brush thing. Respect the expiration cycles, because oftentimes these like charm flows that we refer to them a lot. It's just the idea that, like, if you have an option that's expiring, let's say Friday, whatever delta is associated with it has to be off your books by that option's expiration. And so most times, most days now, those numbers are significant. It can be tens of thousands of futures any given day. And into the big cycles, like end of March quarterly, it's almost like a no-brainer. It's a massive share of the volume. The interesting thing is the vol market has become more and more sensitive too. And so what I've noticed this past year in this high vol environment is the VIX positions become that extra layer of edge, where understanding why vol moves is super hard now, because Trump can say something one day and you get a vol spike that sustains. The next day he says something and it disappears. And it's like it never meant anything. And so the combination of the two is really effective to understand when market makers are positioned offsides in VIX. You don't want to step in front of that. Again, it's always the passage of time too. The biggest edge we have is this idea that expiration cycles create these endpoints where you just know that the futures associated with the hedge have to be unwound. Yeah. And so people always ask me, like, will the edge go away? Like, well, no, not really, unless they just do away with option expiration cycles. Until then, I don't see how you avoid this force in the market.
So Dan, let me ask you real quick. We often talk about monthly and quarterly expirations, right? Are zero DTEs still a force to be reckoned with on any given Sunday?
They are, but I actually found more traction. I don't want to give too much away on the big feed, but I found more traction with what we call the expiring open interest. Like, there's a lot of zero DTE firms that trade this high volume all day, every day. They're trying to scrape pennies out of the bid ask, fractional pennies, right? And they do a really good job of not engaging the market, right? Because every time they engage the market, it's a cost. They want to internalize as much as possible. When you have positions that are expiring today, that were created a long time ago, that won't be closed, those positions actually have a lot more traction. And so we call them zero DTE when they're expiring, but they were there for some reason a month ago, 5 days ago, 7 days ago. And those oftentimes create hedging influences that are very visible and very observable day to day. So I would say yes. The cool thing about zero DTE though too is, like, we actually have an inside read on what all the customers are doing. So it's like this weird layer, this dualistic layer in the data where you see what market makers have to do to hedge their positions going into the day. Then you also see what everybody's doing throughout the day, which can give you sometimes good expectations for reversals. For example, if you see big positions go in the money, it's still a big feature.
Awesome.
Dan, we're almost out of time, and I want to go to our chat. We've got Selma, who's going to be on next, and she came from the options world, and she's got a great question. And she said, what does Vol think about pre-market options trading? Very curious about that myself.
In the sense of like expanded hours now?
Yes.
Probably. For me, it's always been a feature. Like we've always had it. So I'm just kind of curious to see how much volume picks up because of the enablement. It seems like the exchanges are kind of really geared towards opening up access in so many ways. I've already seen a lot of additional volume overnight. It seems like there's been a lot of overnight option buying lately. But in the end, most interesting to me is whether there's any kind of persistent structural factor that comes of it. Because for now, I think it's probably just more noise until we see otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, as options on futures are becoming more and more popular, and we'll have them soon here on NinjaTrader, I think, I've traded them overnight. It is a very different market as you lead into the day, and I think that I'm just curious. It's kind of follow up on that. When you get to the market open, is so much of what's going to happen in the future is going to be tied to the SPX because it's still the biggest market. So it's like, is what's happening in maybe in options on futures markets overnight not as indicative or as to what's going to happen?
That's a good question.
Is that why?
No, that's a good question. Yeah, I do know what you mean. That's a good question. I would say that in our experience as market makers, we treat it all as fungible. So like SPX, ES, back in the day with SP, SPY, all that stuff gets lumped into one bucket and it's all treated as the same thing with the basis, right? So it all becomes the same thing. And if there's a big imbalance, for example, in ES options overnight where some level is just bought, like that will percolate and show up in the SPX as well. And so you don't really have an easy solve unless customers are facing each other. But it does, I would say it creates the same influence. It's just, ingredients in the same soup. Maybe the futures volume will become a bigger ingredient in the soup, but in the end, it's all driven by the same connection, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. Jimmy, any final thoughts before we go?
No, man, this is great. It helps me reinforce. We get some great intel from MenthorQ as well on the future side, and everything you just said really helps enforce me. These are really good targets to think about, not only today but going forward.
Sure.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dan. All right. Well, that was great. I mean, what a great morning to have the panel talking about what's happening in the markets from the macro side. And as Craig talked about, you've got tomorrow's CPI. Anticipation, as Shai said from the Economist side, looking for a cooler number. So we'll see. I mean, you're a day before CPI. So again, in summer markets, not sure today much is going to happen. We'll see tomorrow. Expectations for a cooler CPI. We'll obviously discuss more of that in the panel and see how that leads into maybe a busier end of the week. A couple things I just want to note before we bring in Tanja and Salma, as we do here every Monday. One of the most important things that we talked about this morning is just market environments. And you could talk about it in so many different ways. What I talked about, beginning of the month, I look at the charts, what's trending. We talked about this. Crude oil's back in play. Crude oil opened up for the month and has been grinding higher. Fundamentals, headlines, all supporting crude. You have everything aligned for a tape to really be a buy the dip tape. And so if you're a trader who likes a market that's trending, crude oil is a better trade. Bond market, not many of you trade bonds, probably very few of you trade bonds, probably few of you even have bonds up on your charts. But another market that's trending this month opened up and has been trending lower. You heard that from Shai, you heard that from Donnie, and understand that those are markets that are more in play, where the flows are more consistent in a direction. And then when you look at what's happening in equity indexes, you've got S&P, as you just heard from Dan, talking about how the market makers kind of have it pinned here and we're kind of stuck here. This week is not going to be the best week for potential volatility. Who knows what CPI brings tomorrow? Next week is where that opportunity is, and Craig Shapiro talked about that as well. So again, the goal of a lot of the morning show is to get your mind wrapped around what market environment is, not to give you a different strategy to trade or to say this technical setup is better than this or that. It's to become a actual trader, to understand different market environments, to understand what market environments are conducive to your strategy. Because remember this, I always ask myself this question as a trader. Is it me? Is it the market environment? Or is it my strategy? We try to help you understand if it's the market environment. You got to figure out if it's you or your strategy. We're here to help you become better executors of that strategy. Now, speaking of two people who are very good at executing their strategy, let's get ready to trade the open with Tanja and Salma. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How we doing today?
Good.
Same
How
as
are
all.
you?
Ready to
Good.
trade Mondays. Set the tone for the week.
That's it, Tanya. Bring that energy in. I missed you guys last week. Yeah, but I'm
How was your
back again
birthday?
here for you this week.
How was your
It was
birthday?
good.
Happy birthday, Deli.
Thank you very much. Two of my favorites texted me, very nice of you. No, it was great. Every year we go kind of on a boys trip around that end after the 4th of July. And so went out, I was down in Philly, played a little golf, had some fun, come back yesterday afternoon and boom, right back in it. But yeah, I know Tanya got confused. She thought maybe I turned 50. I said, no, I got one more year before it's 50. So it's going to be a big party for 50. You be invited.
Yeah.
What are we doing
Party.
already?
Who knows? We got a whole year to think about it.
All the reflection on the tweet, so I just was like, oh, he's a new decade tomorrow or something. But yeah, you got a whole nother year left, so that's awesome. We got to start planning now.
Yeah, I'm holding on to the 40s. Everything I got. So for you two, we come into today. It's a tough position to come in on a Monday, the day before CPI in the middle of July. Let's face it, because you have markets that are a little bit divergent between, you got the NASDAQ and the Russell, both weaker, which I think are the better day trading markets, and I'll talk about that here for just a second. They opened up the month, and they actually have a clear trend. You have the S&P and the Dow, who have opened up the month, have been a little bit lower, a little bit higher, really kind of just more choppy. And is that something that you guys are looking at? Because Tanya and Selma, we talked about this at the beginning of the end of the quarter last, was a couple weeks ago. We said, let's see how the monthly charts begin. We felt that was going to be a time to see, okay, how do we close out the quarter and the month and then bring into a new quarter and a new month? And so, Tanya, we'll start with you this week.
Yeah.
What are you seeing?
Well, someone in the chat said correctly, we're in a tape bomb market, as it says, like, as we say, because honestly, yeah, last week I got, on Friday, I got stopped out of my longs during this crazy wick during like 10:30. That 10:30 action, posted the highlights of that. I think many people saw it. Some people in the chat might have seen it. So honestly, on my notebook, where I write in the notes, I wrote, don't enter unless people get screwed over. And that's my strategy today. Because if I enter before that, then I'm going to be the one getting screwed over. I'll be the liquidity. So essentially, we have some interesting things. Yeah, the divergence between NASDAQ took previous day low on the daily, and ES is remaining above it. So I'm wondering whether that's going to be the low of the session or whether we're going to come back down lower again. And that's for me to decide at the open. I'm expecting like the day before CPI, things get choppy a lot of the time. So I really don't want to enter unless, liquidity was swept already. And that's my strategy for today. What about you, Salma?
Yeah, I mean, I think the divergence is really freaking annoying, especially now that I've been keeping an eye on all four indices for like the past 2-3 months. Prior to that, I would always just look at like ES or NQ and not really the Dow or the Russell. And now that I've got like all four up at all times, I can spot where there's that divergence. It makes me almost, I don't want to say like a little hesitant, but it definitely makes me think twice before I enter a position, because I'm like, wait, okay, this is telling me one thing, the other is telling me something else. Who do I believe? Which one do I go with? So Deli, to answer your question, that divergence has been killing me. Like, it's just a little bit annoying to trade. But going into today, I'm watching ES, really liking this hourly candle that we just had close, hammer right below 7,600. I do think that if we go above 7,600, I'll likely be bullish for the rest of the day. We do still have a gap to fill from, Friday into Sunday open. So I'll be watching that and just targeting upside. If we fail to get above 7,600, then I'll look for a short setup on the lower time frame and then go from there. But that's really it. Keeping it simple.
Two things Two things I'll comment on. First, Tanya, I mean, I like the strategy, the note, because if you look at a market, look at the markets when they get divergent, that's where most people are getting trapped in the middle of the ranges. And as we get outside the range and it comes back in, where the move eventually happens. You know, knowing that, just that simple thought process keeps you out of the middle. As they say, don't diddle in the middle. Because right now, when you have this push and pull, man, I mean, you see it. Everyone's just everyone's over anticipating something that really isn't there. We also have to remind ourselves it is July. And then we go back to that option segment, and they talk about what market makers are doing in the S&P, kind of keeping us pinned in this area. Again, above my pay grade to understand it, but that's why we've got guys like Dan and Jimmy and Craig to explain that to us. You know that the markets are set to be more of a mean reversion where they're not going to have this huge explosive ranges right now. And so when you see us get outside of a range and then the setup gives you an opportunity back in range, that's where it really is. So I wanted to just comment that I think that that's just a really simple thing of understanding market environment and becoming a better executor of your strategy in this environment. Just that simple note. And then to you, Salma, you know, the divergences, it's so difficult right now when you have the NASDAQ and the Russell, the two markets that have been the leaders so far this year. Well, it was either NASDAQ or Russell, right? And when they've been going together, most of the time the market's been going with them. That's not the case right now. So you have an S&P and a Dow, which are offsetting it. And so you lose that little bit of an edge, that nuance that was happening where you would buy the Russell when it was leading higher or buy the NASDAQ when it was leading higher is gone. Like that edge has changed. And I think that that's also thrown off a lot of people. And so adjusting execution in that is also, you know, it's a veteran move to understand, look at, let me step back. Let me see where I could really find a trade to stick my teeth into. And it's interesting to me that you've chosen S&P to the long side, because that's honestly what I would have chosen as well, because the S&P always finds a way to go higher. If you have divergence with Russell and NASDAQ trying to push it lower and it can't, a lot of times the S&P finds a way to grind higher.
Yeah, I mean, we've only been in July. It's only the 13th day, but you can definitely see the shift in price action between June price action and July price action. I mean, that last week, I remember being like, yo, what is this? Like, you know, there's just been, it's like night and day with the way we've just been moving. And at least for me, I caught myself thinking like, okay, this is not price action that really favors the way I like to trade. And so, yeah, definitely been a little bit like, again, I don't want to say hesitant, but just taking me a little bit longer to, you know, decide which one I want to go with, which read is the better read, in my opinion. And yeah, it's just a little tougher. It really, really is. And I understand people will say, oh, like, you know, whenever I point it out on stream, I'll be like, oh, I'm seeing divergence between, for example, like, you know, NQ and the Russell or NQ and the Dow. People are like, oh, they're different markets. And it's like, I understand that. But, you know, for the majority, they should be moving in the same direction. You know, one can lag, one can move a bit slower, but typically they will head in the same direction. And recently it's just been, you know, the Dow will pump and NQ will dump and vice versa. And it's just been making it that much more difficult to, you know, really have a good footing day in and day out.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. I mean, anybody who's looked at a chart and knows that when we have a bull market or a bear market, when the indexes all move together, you get the cleaner moves. When you have divergence, a lot of times you're going to have longer periods of consolidation. And so it creates a choppier market. Tanya, I'm thinking every Monday we should do a giveaway with you guys.
Yeah,
so
you're generous.
Got hyped up. Wake them up a little bit.
I mean, really. I mean, you two bring the energy. You two set the tone for the week. And I think that every Monday we should do a giveaway. So I'm thinking every Monday, if you're signed up on the newsletter, we will do what we did last week. Tanya and Salma will do a giveaway. And then we'll start getting creative with what the different stuff that we give away each and every Monday. But remember, they got to be on the newsletter and they got to be here when you give it away. So each and every Monday, let's set the tone for the week with the two of you. We'll go behind the scenes and talk with production and figure out what we're going to do. Next week, what do we want to give away let's set the tone. So let's give something good away next week.
Why don't we do a poll and let the people pick?
Yeah.
All right.
Run a poll with like 4 different things. that you'd be okay with giving away, and then, whatever gets voted the most.
You guys pick 2 things each right now, and we'll run a poll. So what are we thinking?
All right. Hoodie, hat.
What else? What else we got?
Quarter zip.
What else we got? Do you guys still do the bottle that Tanya has? The water bottle?
The thermos, yeah.
I'm sure
The thermos. All right, there you go. Put that.
That's a good thermos.
I wouldn't know.
Man, she spent months begging for that hoodie. Now she's gonna start the thermos.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't know. I have no idea.
I think what we could do too at the beginning. So let's do the 4 of those. Let's get the 4 of those up there. We'll see what everyone votes for. And then Trade to Sell says $14.99 NinjaTrader account. That's the lifetime. I think we could do that once a quarter. I'll do that once a quarter. So once a quarter, we'll give away a lifetime subscription to NinjaTrader. Awesome. I got to make sure I'm here on that one, because I'm not going to be here every Monday. I'm not going to be here next week. I'm in Chicago. But
Deli, come on. We can't keep doing this.
I know. Yeah, this is the only show I miss is the Monday show. Don't tell anybody though.
Uh-oh. No, we're gonna. Salma's gonna screen record it and save it to her folders. Her
Bro, it's getting blasted to Kane and Leo as we speak.
I don't miss that one. Yeah, I don't miss that one. All right, let's take a vote. Let's see what it is.
Guys, poll is in the chat. Why is there only 40 votes?
Oh, they just put it up.
I think that
the water bottle.
I also think, Tanya, what do you think is like the number of likes that we have to get to each and every week before you guys do the giveaway? I mean, let's set the tone here. Let's set it high.
500.
500?
500. That's a high tone.
We're already at 200.
We're already at 200. There's 945 people watching. I'll set
so it's every Monday. Once we hit 500 likes,
yeah, sure,
giveaway.
Okay,
there you go.
All right. And then once a quarter, we do the whole NinjaTrader lifetime license. And people say that's $1,500. It's so much more than that, because you get the lowest commission rate forever. You're set. You're set in stone. You never pay any higher. It's pretty. Yeah.
It is awesome. It's like, it's way higher than 1,500. You're saving thousands over your life.
So, 52% hoodie right now, 21% quarter zip. The hat is 15%. Water bottles coming in way at the bottom. 12. Nobody drinks water.
Apparently, where's the love for the water bottle?
We gotta put the thermos. Yeah.
All right.
Deli, don't leave. I feel it coming.
What do you want me to do?
Just chill with us.
She just wants me to hang. I mean, this is why the Monday show's the best. No one shows me this love. Everyone's like, all right, man, later.
All right, and then they talk shit when you leave.
I know.
Yeah, we wouldn't never do that.
That's just merit, I think we're going to start muting them right when I leave. Just mute them for like 5 minutes and just let them talk. Think that people are hearing them. No one will know. Poor dude.
Hilarious.
Oh, man.
All right.
Well, I'm going. All right.
We'll let you go.
It's good to see you.
I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. All right.
Guest speaker, Deli.
Filling in for Maggie Lake. All right. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Okay, ciao.
All right, bye. Ciao. Oh, my goodness. What's up, Tanya?
What up? What's up? Feeling good? How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Chat, we just got done telling you there's going to be a giveaway every single Monday. We just gave you guys full autonomy to pick what giveaway you want. And we're telling you 500 likes and only 80 people have liked the stream. Ridiculous. Come on.
Let's
I
see.
know you guys got
Likes
burner
now.
accounts.
They're over halfway there. 284. You need 500 likes. Should be easy.
You would think it would be easy, yes, but I don't know. Seems like chat is sleeping.
Somebody suggested that they make a NinjaTrader swimsuit. That's not bad. Remember the Tesla shorts that they did? Because Elon Musk was making fun of
I
the
have
people
one of
shorting.
those.
You have the Tesla shorts?
I do, yeah. I'll send you a picture of it.
It's funny. So we need NinjaTrader shorts.
I got it gifted. Like it's just sitting there, but yeah, I got
Gotta
it.
put it in a like in an award box. Like
The only thing I
display.
liked about it,
Yeah.
it comes in this very sleek, like black box.
Mhm.
So I've kept the box. It's that nice.
Yeah, I think people love keeping boxes. I mean, do you keep your iPhone boxes too?
I used to, but not anymore. There's no point.
Yeah.
I just threw away my AirPods box the other day. I was like, why the hell do I still have this?
It's a nice box.
It is.
Oh.
Chat, good morning. What are you guys up to?
How was your weekend, chat? We got 10 minutes till open, day before CPI. I got low expectations for how clean the market's going to be. I think it's going to be really ugly.
I swear,
we'll
I don't
see.
know. I don't know if it's me, but July's price action has just been
Last
crap.
week was like the worst price action for all year for me, in my opinion.
Yeah, but then the week before that, it was a short week. And it was
Yeah.
like end of the month, end of the quarter, halfway of the year already over. So that was already wacky price action as is. I don't know, man. July's just been off to a weird start. I can't even say start because it's already halfway through. Like, am I the only one,
True.
chat? I can't be the only one.
Yeah, something that I saw, all the comments on the video that I posted. I don't know if
Oh,
you
that shit
saw
was hilarious. So
me getting
funny.
popped out by the Trump candle on Friday. Yeah, like people, a lot of comments saying that same thing happened to them and that they're frustrated with the market as well.
Yeah, that was a crazy candle.
And that's the thing. That's why I wrote down here, don't enter until people get screwed over, because that's happened like twice, 3 times in the last week where people are in their longs versus the 9:30 low, and then everyone gets wrecked randomly at 10:30. Yeah, same thing. People are agreeing.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I that candle ended up working in my favor because I was short on Friday.
All right, I'm
But
glad that somebody made money.
bro, I was not expecting 50 points on ES. I had TP at 20 and I was, still very,
Hopefully
very
it, like,
happy
gave
about
you
that.
some extra.
Nah, I had no slippage.
Oh, of course. Like for its TP, it's not.
No.
But if it's stop
Yeah.
loss, it is. Nah, that's funny. I didn't have
Yep.
much slippage. I had like 7 or 8 points, which is a decent amount. But considering we dropped 280 points in like a minute on the NASDAQ, it's not too bad.
Bro, people are complaining about like really, really, really getting wrecked on that slippage.
Yeah.
So 7 points is good.
Yeah, 7 points is fine. All right. Good morning, Focus on Extreme. You just tuned in. Well, if you're just tuning in, just letting you know, we're doing a giveaway today once the stream hits 350 likes. Vote in the chat what you would want to win most in the giveaway. So far, Hoodie is winning by a lot. It's 54%.
Bro, I just tried doing your woo woo and I couldn't do it.
Woo!
There you go.
I'm sure you weren't expecting it this morning, or Deli wasn't expecting it, but I'm hype. I love Mondays. It's Monday.
Yeah, I look forward to
Exactly.
this. I sleep early on Sunday nights because I know Monday morning gotta be up, awake,
Earlier.
alert,
Ready to go. Exactly.
ready to go.
Smoke Talk says, Tanya, you were on the NinjaTrader platform, so slippage is not bad on that platform. Exactly. I definitely believe that. I've seen other people that got slipped hard, and I asked them what platform they were using. They were like, MT4, whatever, other platforms, IB, whatever. But so you could look at my live stream exactly what happened. I showed my fills there at the end. I showed the execution. Focus on Extreme. You voted on the hoodie. That's good. Yeah, so once we hit 500 likes, we'll be doing the giveaway, and production will let us know.
How to join the giveaway? You just need to be subscribed to the newsletter, guys.
Yeah.
I'm sure production will post a link in chat so you guys can sign up if you're already subscribed. It's good stuff. You want to be subscribed, trust. There you go. They just posted it. Hello,
the newsletter's
Carlo.
good. So we're doing you guys a favor, honestly. The newsletter is really, really helpful. A lot of people have said that as well in the chat. Let's see. Today's newsletter subject line, I'm subscribed, says crude oil playing like Messi at 39, still beating defenders.
I saw that. That's funny.
That's a good one.
Oh, look what we got now. Look what the email I just received from NinjaTrader Prop. Or maybe I shouldn't talk about it. Maybe that's like Kane and Leo's forte, but
You can't just start it and not finish a sentence.
all right, fine. They just added you can lock out per account instead of all accounts.
Exactly.
So that's a great feature. And then you've got new risk settings too. So you can set a daily loss limit or profit target and you get locked out. That's really good. I'm excited for that.
And a new dashboard too. It looks cleaner too.
Yeah,
Gonna be
and
sick.
there's group trading also on Tradeovate that got improved.
Oh, that's the best.
There you go,
You
guys. A
asked
lot
it,
of
we built it.
improvements.
Account level lockout is live. Check your emails. It's available now on NinjaTrader web and NinjaTrader mobile. Well, that's sick. You can also choose a duration. So like if you know you only want to trade for 15 minutes, you can just set a timer on there. That's cool.
Mhm.
Oh no, if you want duration of the lockout. Yes. So if you don't want to trade for the rest of the day, you can put 24 hours and come back the next day. You won't be able to touch your accounts. You won't be able to blow them up. Or if you
That's
know
what I
you
do.
just need a 15-minute like breather cool down, then you can do that too. That's sick.
So
Oh.
like Thursday night when I trade Asia, and if I'm profitable during Asia, then I would lock out my accounts so that I don't have to trade on Friday. And that's been very helpful for me for the past couple Fridays. But now, if I only want to, for example, trade one account, I can just lock out of that one if it's profitable and keep something open for Friday in case I ever have to stream in the morning or something. You know, it'd be nice. How can we do that on NinjaTrader? It's only on NinjaTrader Prop, I believe. By the way, guys, NinjaTrader posted 2 links in the chat. The first one is a Gleam link. You have to fill that out so that they can have your, your YouTube handle and your address and stuff so that if you win, they can ship it out to you. And then the other link is the actual link to subscribe to the newsletter, which you have to be subscribed in order to win the giveaway. So make sure you're clicking on both links and filling out all that information. We're also only 110 likes away.
So it's available on the NinjaTrader web platform, the Tradeovate web platform, and the NinjaTrader mobile platform.
There you go.
Someone asked earlier. So you can just log into your account credentials on the web platforms or on your phone, and then you're able to access those lockout settings. Woo. All right, so chat was so divided today on the poll. 36% voted bullish, 33% voted bearish, and 31% neutral/sideways. That's literally like down into thirds.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I mean, we'll see what happens though. We'll see.
That shows like there's not a clear direction right now. Chat's typically really gets it right. So the fact that they're divided.
All right, here we go, guys. Oh, I'm getting alerts and stuff.
All right, a little drop in the NASDAQ while ES holding up a bit. Just like we were talking about, ES is a stronger one.
Yeah, ES 30-minute does
NASDAQ
not
just
look too good.
Yeah, NASDAQ just took out previous weekly low, right? Oh no, previous daily low. Again. I'm gonna take out that one. All right. Cool. And ES pumping up actually and going towards pre-market high. So NASDAQ just took out pre-market low. Interesting. It's what we're talking about. It's just they're not agreeing. Those sisters are not agreeing today. The girls are fighting.
Oh God. Let me see. Yep, Dow was just ripping.
Woohoo!
Dow took out Friday's highs.
Woohoo!
Where's my woohoo? I gave him such good clips though. Where's mine?
You did last
Tanya's one.
week.
Uh-oh.
You really did.
Gets me pumped up. Who's pumped up this morning? Oh yeah. All right, so we took out pre-market low there in the NASDAQ. Oof, huge candles. How wide was that? That 1 minute candle at the open was 87 points wide. Damn. And ES at the open. 8.5 points. We already moved 15 points in 3 minutes on ES.
Jeez.
I want to check out the ATRs today for the last 5 days. ATR. $616. So NASDAQ's ATR has gone down. It used to be like 700s. We moved 488 points already on the daily candle. And ES moved down. It used to be like 90s or 100. Now it's moves about 80 points. Moved about 80 points the last 5 days. And moved about 49 points today so far. Okay.
Guys, we also have a 13-point gap to fill to the upside on ES.
We do.
Depends how you draw
we
it.
had the gap down during 6 p.m. Sunday open as well. Like, so that's kind of wild. Let's see. Chat looks like chat wants the hoodie. The hoodie is winning by a landslide, so I think we're good there to end that poll. Let's see. How many likes do we have so far? 416 likes. So close to 500. As soon as we have 500, we're going to do a giveaway. There's 2 links you have to be signed up to. The number 1 is the newsletter, the NinjaTrader newsletter. And number 2 is the Gleam link so that they could get your username, YouTube username.
Someone in chat is asking for the link. Guys, just scroll up just a tiny bit and you'll see it.
Production will drop it in again, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just put it. Yeah, it is maybe 10 messages ago.
Wow, GC is dropping. Let's see what gold is doing. Yeah.
Apparently, like diamond, like De Beers has cut diamond prices.
Wait, who cut diamond prices?
De Beers, the biggest diamond company in the world. Like they're the ones that created the marketing slogan "Diamond is forever."
I don't like. I mean, this might be controversial, but I don't really like diamonds. I prefer gold, except like diamond earrings.
Like the gold retains its value.
Yeah, exactly.
Way more than diamond does. Diamonds more kind of like sentimental.
The second you buy like diamonds and you walk out of the place, it's already lost
Just
its
like
value.
a car.
Yeah. Just like a car.
So that like as soon as you drive it off the lot, lose 10%. Okay.
So crazy. Diamonds are forever.
Yeah, that was marketing in the 30s. Before they had no one, like 10% of people gave diamond rings. I think there was a thing like they would give gold watches. I'm not sure. Someone says at least a car has utility. That's definitely a man answer there. At least a car has utility.
Carl.
Carl.
Funny. All right. Yeah, this is the divergence we were talking about earlier, guys. I mean, you have NQ making new lows, ES lingering at highs. Someone, please let me know what you guys are thinking.
Yeah, Nasdaq's drunk right now. It's falling and it can't get up.
I feel like, yeah, we can go either way here. Not touching ES, this feels trappy. Yeah, just, I mean, listen, it's only been 7 minutes. We can all just chill and wait a bit. It seems, Tanya, you mentioned it earlier that 10 a.m., like once we head into 10 a.m., we start to get a little bit of a better understanding of what's happening. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's hopefully going higher. I'm long. Phil, hope it's not a strategy. That's what I've heard. It's not a strategy, my friend. But I do like ES longs off the hourly. I mean, it does look good for continuation higher. That hammer candle on the previous hourly looks good. It's just NQ is not agreeing here. And Russell is starting to pull back as well.
La, 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 la.
Yeah, guys, if you aren't in anything, I would say just wait. Guys, 50 more likes for the giveaway. We have 1,300 people watching. If you're just tuning in, first off, thank you for being here with us. Second off, we are doing a giveaway. I believe you guys all voted on a hoodie. So once we hit 500 likes, we will announce the winner. All you have to do is be signed up to our newsletter and then hit the Gleam link as well so that you can put in like your information so that, you know, we can know who to ship it to. So yeah, that'll be announced pretty shortly. We got 17 more likes.
Oh my gosh. It's up to you guys how quickly we want to
And
announce
this will
it.
be every single Monday until Delhi decides no more giveaways on Mondays. So come hang out with us every Monday.
Fight for you. Every Monday. Delhi doesn't even have to be here. We're running the giveaway ourselves next.
Yeah. Every single Monday, guys. Just got to hit 500 likes and we'll give something away.
Ooh, hit that like and subscribe button while you're at it.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. My favorite strategy is the FCTU trade. Fingers crossed and thumbs up. What?
20% of the time it works, 100% of the time. 60% of the time it works all the time. Every time. How many people can you fit in the hoodie? What?
I have an oversized hoodie. I think they sent me like a X large or a large.
I mean, you want an oversized. It's way more comfy. Sheesh.
I do like oversized.
Sheesh. Nasdaq's still drunk. Going for that Asia low, maybe.
There you go. Russell just flipped red on this 15-minute candle. Bro, NQ is not stopping. That's great.
Let me update my heat map. Tesla's down 3%.
Yeah, Tesla just shit the bed. Down $10. 10
Apple's up
buckaroos.
2%. Nvidia's down 1%. Meta's up 0.6%. Microsoft up 1%. Amazon up 1%. Walmart up 1%. Okay. Micron down 7%. Okay. It's been quite the volatile stock recently. Cool. So did you see that they delayed the options?
Yeah, that's what I wanted Deli to ask Vol Signals while he was on. Wanted to know his thoughts about the whole pre-market options trading, and then what does he think about the delay? But I think that delay, literally the news came out as he was on
Oh yeah, they announced
on
it this
stream.
morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're delaying the release of pre-market options for next month. Okay.
I mean, what even is the point? We already have more than enough time in the day, but
Yeah.
they're catering to
Yeah, he said that they have
degeneracy.
binary options rolling out too, and he heard that CBOE petition to enable SPX AM 0-day to expirations as well. So 2 expirations per day. We'll see but that's a lot of structural
It's a lot of
change
stuff.
to increase
Yeah.
volume on the way.
Yeah. Russell, guys, is very weak. It's a nasty 15-minute candle right now. Yeah, chasing ticks. That's the divergence we were talking about. They're just not agreeing. The sisters are arguing, as Tanya was saying before. Giveaway ninja charts and trading setup templates. Nick, that's not up to me to decide. I don't know.
Oh, we hit the 500 likes, by the way. Let's go. Let's
There we
go.
go.
Oh my gosh. Okay, it's time to announce the giveaway winner.
I knew you guys could do it.
Exciting. We knew you guys could do it. Yeah. 1.3 people. Yeah, that was a good number. 500 likes. We got there in less than 15 minutes from the open. It's quick. All right. So the winner, production just gave me the username, is Jesus Balbus 597 or Jesus Balbus 597. Congrats. Woo!
Let's go. Wear that hoodie in good health, my friend.
Woo!
It's because Monday mornings on here are the best mornings. Wander, thank you. We think so too.
Crucifying asked, I'm not in a trade right now, but if you're going off of patterns, yeah, you gotta definitely take some time to establish your own trading strategy. Yeah. So I often like have the 9:30, midnight, and 8:30 open. So we can see that we're below all of that for NASDAQ. Interestingly enough, I can see why ES is actually way weird, like weird. Production wants to show my ES chart also at the same time, but ES is above 9:30, 8:30 at midnight. And I think that that's quite, that's a big reason why we are having a lot of divergence here. Like NASDAQ's a lot weaker. A lot of times I'm looking for a pre-market high or low to get taken, or London high or low, and then a reversal off of that. So far, we just got in one straight down move for the NASDAQ. ES actually took out pre-market high, but like we said, it's very confusing because of the divergences. So it's like, who do you believe right now? It's just like, I'm going to wait until it settles a bit, especially as ES still remains above this 9:30 open.
Yeah, this is really ugly across the board. Maybe Liliana, I hope I said that right. Thank you so much.
Woohoo!
Appreciate that.
Maybe Liliana.
Oh. That pop on the Russell.
Yeah, ES did not take the Asia high yet, but they took a pre-market high. Oof.
So Tracy, is it, let's see how you would pronounce this. You too, Tanya. Is it semiconductor or is it semiconductor?
I say semiconductor.
Semi. Okay, chat, what do you guys think?
The semis.
The semis. They're what's dragging us down. The second, I don't know what I said.
Semi. Just right. Semi,
Is it,
not my.
yeah, is it semi or is it semi? Whatever Tanya says. Dude, no, have a thought of your own. Come on.
They're agreeing with me. They're choosing if I say what I say.
Okay, what did you say, Tanya?
Semi.
Semi. Okay, Tracy says semi. Me too, Tracy. Semi. Semi is a tractor and a tractor trailer. Oh, cool. Okay, the more you know. Semi. No, it's also this. The chat is still going. I love this. This is awesome. I say icebox instead of fridge. Oh, Richie Rich. Bro, the trade is to sit tight and wait. Let 10 a.m.
Don't
roll
rush
around.
me. It's only been 20 minutes since the open.
I know. My heart is always itching for a trade. Just sit down. Chill out.
Sit back, relax, enjoy the show.
Yeah, what she said. By the way, for those of you who trade gold, I would mark 4078. That's Pax's quarterly pivot. And seeing how we struggle to get back above that. And now we're selling off. So if anyone wants to add that level on their chart, it's just a nice little reference point.
So then do you say either or either?
Either one. Either. Me neither. Yeah, either. Because you don't say me neither.
Yeah, but you could, but me neither.
Me neither. Yeah, so that's how I say either. Either, not either, yeah. Keep them coming, guys. What else? I swear to God, you never know
Do you
what you're
say
gonna
anti
get.
or anti?
Anti. Yeah, anti. What about you?
I think anticlimactic.
Yeah. But seriously, guys, you don't know what you're gonna get. Russell is weak. This PA is kind of wonky.
Yeah, definitely.
Guys, this is a quarterly pivot. It's just a level that PAX is either going to be, long above or short below. Just an
This
important
Pax
level
in the
for him.
chat?
No, no, but I mentioned his level on gold, and so they're all asking what that means.
Okay. Oh, you have it on your chart.
Yeah,
Cool.
I added it to my chart last Friday, and I've been watching how it, gold's been reacting to it, and it's been pretty good ad, so. Tuesday or Tuesday? Tuesday.
It's Tuesday, isn't it? Bottle of water.
Oh God.
It's Tuesday. So wait, did you take a trade during Asia session last night?
I did, and you guys wouldn't
Of course.
believe where I got stopped out on my longs. I kid you not, I had a stop at 75.86, went to sleep. And
No
the
way, it's
low,
the low there.
I swear to God, I woke up, I was like, no way, this stuff only happens to me. I'm not even joking either. I wish I was.
I believe you.
Damn shame. Asia hasn't even been all that lately. Like, I'm telling you guys, July price action has been so freaking weird.
Summer months. That's why we have giveaways. It's fun. Makes it more fun.
It's middle of July and I have yet to have gone into my pool. I haven't been in it not once.
I've been in my pool like a total of 2 or 3 times in the past 2 years.
Yeah, look, I pay all this money for it to get opened up and for it to get closed every season, just for me to not even go in it. Marjorie, I'm gonna put it in the chat for you. It's 40.78.
You gotta invite me over. Pool party.
Bro, come on over.
Make a barbecue.
Everyone is like, oh, it's so cool to have a pool. It's not cool when you go in there and swim alone. Like, it's not that fun. It's really not.
Just like literally the ES monthly is green and the NASDAQ is quite red. Oh, okay. Interesting.
But the Dow is just ripping. Surprise, surprise.
What's the Dow look like on the monthly?
Surprise,
Oh,
surprise.
of course. So different.
Dividend Cake, are you in the Dow right now? I think you're the only other person in chat who trades it. I just got out of 3 lots. 459. What are you trading? Nice job, dividend cake. All right, we have 4 more minutes until 10 a.m.
We're inside
Let's
the
see what
previous week,
happens.
so I don't love it when we have inside weeks.
Is that on what, NQ?
Both.
Both. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, previous week high is way up there on ES.
Yeah, this 4 hour is about to close, and this hourly as well. Let's see how we close versus the Asia lows. It'd be great if Nasdaq, had a reversal back to highs. But honestly, with the no news today, tomorrow's CPI, I don't know if we have the momentum there. We'll have to see.
Hate CPI. Let me see,
Love
when am
CPI. I love CPI.
Oh, we know. Okay, thank God I trade the close tomorrow on stream. Awesome. Great, I can take the morning easy.
That's good.
Do you ever like trade the actual candle?
No,
Okay, good. All right.
no, it's gambling. I would have to. I'm gonna have to need like a 300-point stop on that.
Yeah, so not worth it.
FCTU trade, Tanya. That came up. What is it?
Fingers crossed. Thumbs
Fingers
up.
crossed. Thumbs up. Just keep smiling. Okay.
It's just another manic Monday. Actually, a boring Monday.
Yeah, still above 9:30 open. Yeah, ES might be the move to like honestly, if you're longing, it's a stronger one.
Bro, look at the Russell. A very confusing candle. Oh, is it?
LOL. Okay. Oh, look, Russell looks pretty bullish. I can see it getting to 3,000 again. How much does the Russell move on average?
Oh.
How much is your stop? Is it like similar to ES?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, like
Where
10,
did my chart
10
go?
points.
What just happened?
Okay. Yeah, Nasdaq's perking up. ES is actually back at weekly open near its new high of day.
Okay, well. Late bears probably getting cooked right now. It's 110 point move on NQ. I should have traded gold. Keep looking at it and it just keeps dropping. Look at this dump, guys. 20-point drop.
What is that?
20-point drop on GC
On gold.
since the open, yeah. And it just swept overnight lows. All right, there's your 10 a.m.
Nasdaq's starting to get, some legs here.
See what the 4-hour looks like. Dude, you look at the 4-hour chart between ES and Q, so different.
Yeah.
So different. Wow. Still, I don't know. Russell 4-hour looks interesting. Dare I say it looks good for more downside?
Boom, boom, boom. Okay.
Damn. This is what I'm talking about. What I was saying before to Delhi, how when you have different reads across the board, just makes it that much harder to trust whatever, you're thinking about taking. Russell
Yeah.
4-hour looks good for lower. Didn't take it because, the Dow and ES look good for higher. And it's already down, whatever, 10 points in 2 minutes.
I like NASDAQ. I would want it if it's going to be bullish. Honestly, I'm okay with waiting and seeing if it's going to get back above, the 8:30, 9:30 open, midnight open. I think that could be holding it down, and I'd be okay because like now we could be. I'd be okay with getting in on a second leg. So right now, ES hit new high session. NASDAQ didn't. I think I'm still bullish though. Let's see. See what happens here if we hold up or not.
What are you looking at? Like what level? Or just the time?
No, I want to see if we get back above like the midnight open, honestly, for the NASDAQ and ES. Yeah, I'm looking to see also here if we hold from 568s. I would want us to hold 568s to, 580s.
Midnight
If we're gonna get
open.
more
Okay, I
upside.
see. Yeah.
It's I just drew a fib of that leg up, and that's below 50%. And I see a FEG there. That's essentially what I just did. So see if it holds up.
Tanya, how do you get your boxes with the midline in them? You just have to toggle that on in settings.
Yeah, just go style, middle line. Okay. You don't like the 4-hour for bullish PA, somebody says. Yeah. I don't like it either. We don't like how, NASDAQ closed pretty red there.
Bro,
Yes,
this
green.
drop.
Who's to say that we're not just gonna have a wick last hourly low as well? That's what we've done actually. Friday, I think Thursday or Wednesday as well.
Hi, John. Hello.
I should have more forward. It's cool. All right, let me see here. What are we gonna do today?
72 and 66 are possible on the Russell.
We don't hold this 568s. Let's see, Nasdaq's testing it now. Let's see if it doesn't hold it, I could get back to new low session again.
Shoot, you know what I might have to start doing? I might have to just focus on 2 of the indices instead of all 4. Because this definitely does.
To give you decision paralysis on which one to take. Sometimes
it's not about which one to take. It's just about
staying focused.
Again, the Russell looked amazing. The 4-hour looked really good for continued downside. But then I hesitated on that short because I'm seeing, the Dow at highs. I'm seeing the way ES 4-hour close looks bullish for higher. The fact that there's, that divergence is just really messing with me. But yeah, that's a good way to put it. Decision paralysis.
A little bit.
Yeah, might just have to not watch them as much. Just pick 1 or 2, probably ES Russell, and that's it. Until at least, market kind of gets back on board.
Noted.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's not a trade itch 2020, not at all. Just flip a coin. Yeah, I mean, I guess you got a 50-50 chance of being right or wrong.
True. It's all about the risk management.
Wow, GC.
Some people suggest that Salma focus only on NASDAQ. She does not trade the NASDAQ.
Guys, never. No thanks. I appreciate the suggestion, though.
Yes, back at 9:30 open. Pretty ugly here. ES was, what's the range here of the day? 20-point range, and we've gone back and forth 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So
Can't believe how much gold is sliding here. It's about to sweep previous week low on GC. Yeah, Jambino, I was just joking. It was just a joke. Silver to multi-week lows. Beastmaster, don't say that. You're going to trigger Tanya.
oh no. So Tanya, are you ready for another Trump tweet? How can you actually be prepared for that? I don't know. I don't think so.
But when you're in a trade and it's moving so slow that you're praying that he tweets something so that we can get movement.
I think that this Nasdaq's starting to look decent. It held that. What would this look like?
Yes, price action looks like those beaded curtains we used to have in the 80s. What?
The what?
Beaded curtains we used to have in the 80s.
Beaded curtain. That's funny.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. I see what beaded curtains. Gold is going to take weekly low and daily low both, then maybe bullish. Yeah, go hard, Ollie. Gold looks like it wants previous week low, and if it still doesn't find some sort of support there, then the monthly open is, the next level I could see us going to at 24. It's a very, very nasty flush on gold. So far, good bounce on ES off the 90 MA on the 4-hour. Back above 7,600 here.
Okay. I think I'll try ES longs, to be honest. Yeah.
It does look good.
I'm doing ES there. I just longed ES. It's just been stronger, so.
Choppy, too boppy.
Choppy, too boppy.
What are you targeting, Tanya?
Thinking Asia high or the gap fill. I have some at the gap fill, but Asia highs.
Yeah, depending on how you draw the gap, I have mine for gap fill at 25.
Okay.
Let me see. Hold on. Yeah.
It's like what Deli said. It's like, okay, ES held in there while NASDAQ was down. So it might grind up higher. I think people, got screwed over versus like I said, the Asia lows on NASDAQ. I think that was a lot of people getting stopped out. And the closure of that 9 to 10 a.m. Hourly wick was just, it wicked the bottom, so I think we could come back up. Gotta just see what NASDAQ wants to do.
Yeah, still nothing for me.
Would like the next 15-minute candle NASDAQ to start expanding to the upside. Let's see. Oh no, it happened again.
No.
I swear it happened
Shut
again.
up.
No way. Chat.
What?
It happened again to me. I can't believe it. It happens again.
No way. No way. What the hell?
I didn't get slipped, which is good. Cool.
Bro. Trump is tweeting. Yeah, of course. Tracy, we came up with that. We got that conclusion. Reinstating the Iranian blockade. Oh, great. Holy freaking knife.
Not again. All right. Trump said he's reinstating the Iranian blockade. Oh, okay. If I had a nickel every time that happened to me, I would have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Whew. All right. I ain't even mad because that's out of my control.
That sucks. That really, really sucks.
Out of my control, it's all right. It's the name of the game nowadays. RIP. All right, my stop. I didn't get slipped. So that's good. I got filled like literally was 1 point, 1.5 points below. So that's what's nice. Put my stop at this low and just got filled in a little bit. Some people who got slipped because they have worse platforms, they could have gotten filled here. All right, so chat. What now? People gonna go in longs now after this? That's what happened on Friday.
No, I really don't like this right now.
Not again. Yeah, Trump said he's reinstating the Iranian blockade. Okay. Same thing as Friday.
I was ticks away from TP. That sucks, Day.
She bought, dump it. Okay. All right, let's reassess.
Immediately 20-point wick. So whoever went long, I guess it worked out for you.
Or who? Oh, just
For
now.
anyone who went long, yeah. Yep, just now.
I'm catching a falling knife. I'm good.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. GC ended up, guys, it ended up sweeping its monthly, quarterly open. So that was pretty nasty. He's watching the stream. Yeah, you
Yeah.
think?
Oh boy.
Someone said, I like how you are unfazed. Well, when it happens to you enough times, you get a little jaded to these chump tweets, guys.
Whatever. Just another Monday.
Just another manic Monday.
Just another manic Monday.
Thank you, production.
Who was in a trade? Who was in
Yeah.
shorts? Let me know. I wonder. Hopefully, some people. Maybe I'm happy if they made money off of shorting, but right now we're back in the range. You got to be quick with it.
Yeah, most people were quick. I mean, most people were long. Sorry, I
Yeah,
read,
most
I
people were
read the
long.
word quick.
Feel you. Same thing like Friday. I lost $552 on that. Okay. Gotta call Barron Trump, ask him what his market bias is before I start the stream.
Can you imagine being his friend and just text you? Like, yo, hold off on going long.
Okay.
Anything I do now is just gonna feel like gambling. Yeah, Blue Shark, just wait for an actual setup to present itself. I still don't see anything just yet. Longs were looking good prior to that tweet, but he ruined it. What do you think of gold now? Will it go down to monthly low 39.20s? Let's see. 39.94 as next target if we are to continue to drop. And then 39.74. Those are my next two levels, but I mean, I don't know if we will continue to drop. I have no idea. Just absolute disgustingness on that drop. That drop, guys, came from that level, 40.78.
Take a deep breath.
Take a deep breath and full long pour with your eyes closed. Yeah, that's great advice, Norris. Any news on why the ES dropped so swiftly? Yeah, it was Trump. He said that he's going to be reinstating the Iranian blockade. And then he's also said the Strait of Hormuz is open and will remain open with or without Iran. I don't know how that's going to work, but that just came out a minute ago. Next tweet is going to be negotiations are going well. Yeah, war is on, war is over, war is on. War's over.
Ceasefire's off, ceasefire's back on. Yeah, Tanya said to wait for someone to get screwed over. Yeah, exactly. But
You did say that.
Asia lows. I thought Asia lows was enough. Now someone did. So I mean, I'd be okay with starting to try to get back in. To be honest, I'm waiting to see if we get above that midnight open.
Are you still watching ES or NQ now?
I'm watching both. I think that either would work.
Gotcha.
Just a matter of which one looks cleaner after
Right.
that drop. Like Nasdaq just it took out that high from 1016 already. Yes is not above 1016 yet. So since 1016 a.m. the last local high.
Yeah, Sil, that was a nice pop on crude. Guys, let's thumb up the likes. Let's thumb up the likes. Let's thumb up the stream. Pump those likes up. We have 1,600 people watching. Think we can get a little bit more.
Yeah. Whew.
1,600. Is that the most we've ever had on here?
Nah. Definitely had at least 2K a few times.
Up Monday morning?
Yeah.
Oh.
But I would say recently in the summer months, yeah, this is pretty good.
I would say so.
Plenty of people on vacation recently.
Yeah, guys, thanks for hanging out with us.
Woo! Phil is here. Be careful. I agree. Yeah. He is.
Wait, what?
Phil is here.
Who's Phil?
Chat will let you know.
Chat, who is Phil? Do I even want to know? No, I do not. Obviously, Roman, I don't. We do have our own Phil in the chat, though. Tracy, thanks for the like. The crazy 15-minute candle on the Russell. You met Soap. I don't know. I guess it's an insider. Fiber optic, not this again, please. Please spare me. Do it to Tanya. She doesn't know what it is. Tanya, not everything's as it seems.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait, you'll find this funny. The other day, I'm on with, I think it was Leo. Chris Fisher comes in the chat, Tanya, and he goes, Salma, not everything is as it seems. I'm like, what?
Everything is not what it seems.
So he keeps saying that. And then he disappears. And then he'll come back and he'll say, you see, not everything is as it seems.
What?
And then chat started saying all these, like, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe them. Just started saying all these crazy phrases. It was really messing with me. Very eerie. Yes, riddles. There you go. Careful, Tanya. The heavy ledger is buried beneath the frozen potato patch. Like, yeah, what does that even mean, bro? No one knows what it means.
Everything is not as it seems.
Is that Wizards of Waverly Place?
Mm-hmm.
Savannah, you were right. Sav was asking.
I'm gonna try longs again. I'm ready to get hurt again, I think.
Good luck.
Let's think about this. All right. We're in it to win it, in it to win it. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm in micro NASDAQ. Yeah, I'm not really interested. We come back below that last little swing low. Let me think about targets here.
GC just rejected the monthly open.
Needs to hold here, chat. Let's see. Momentum. I wanted it. Murrah, it looked so good. I feel like as soon as I enter, it just kills me. And I'm probably gonna get stopped out soon. Let's see. My stop is still there though. Still below that. We'll find out. I'm still alive, but I'm barely breathing.
I love that song.
All right, I would like that to be the last low. Don't like that. Would like us to close back above 87s.
Yeah, it looks like NQ is the stronger one now.
I took one off there. I don't like that candle. I would re-add if we get back above 87s. Taking a couple off the position there. If we get back above 87s, I'd be fine to add. I just don't like that rejection now. Let's see. See if we can get back above midnight open. All right, I added. Back in the position. Oh, it didn't close. Whatever, I'm just gonna hold that. Did not close above it, chat. It looked so good. Oh my God, if I get stopped, I will, I'm gonna be fine. I'll just laugh. Let's see, chat. Let's see. Stretching, stretching. hit the stop that I added. Oh my God, it's out. I'm out. I'm out. All right. Well, I gave it another try for the longs. It looked like there was momentum. Back to the upside. I ain't doing this. I ain't staying here. Nope. Nope. No.
All right, it was a good try.
Nah, maybe I chased it. I don't know. We'll see. Yes. Fell asleep behind the wheel. Very difficult.
Yeah, I've got nothing so far, guys. Yep, gold still trying to go lower. Yeah, made new lows.
Oh,
See
look at
what
this
was
hourly. Come on. Like, what are we doing? NASDAQ. Hmm.
If anyone's short gold, 94 and 73 are my next targets if we get down there. Yeah, Tanya, what Ricky said. You'll get it back.
I'm okay. I'm just like, yeah, this market, you think that it'll clean up and then it doesn't.
It's tricky across the board, it really is.
Whatever. Anyway, I put my stop at that like 650s because I wanted us to just continue going up higher towards new highs after having that strong push up. But dried up here.
Wow.
I feel like I got struck by lightning twice with the Trump tweets.
Oh, you mean from like Friday and today?
Yeah, but I think
Yeah,
a lot
just
of
trapped
people
me.
did. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't have moved that much. So yeah, feels like as if you got struck by lightning twice.
Okay, it happens. Would you guys agree that you trade better when you're not live? I don't know about that. Sometimes I feel like being live almost holds me like
Keeps you accountable.
yeah, yeah, more accountable, I would say.
Yeah. I would say sometimes might feel a little bit more pressured, but like
There's
it's
pros and cons.
over. Like
Yeah.
I've been doing it for a while, so it doesn't really bother me. It's like normal. Hmm.
Chat, are majority of you guys just cash so far? Salma, where we buying MES? I don't see anything, honestly.
They want to trade so bad. They want another trade.
Yeah, no, I've got nothing.
We'll let chat trade. I'll let chat decide my next trade. I'm just joking.
Dude, Kane did that once, and he was like, I personally don't like buying highs, so like I won't go long here, willingly. But I'll let chat pick what I'm gonna trade next. And chat was all like, oh, just buy here. He longed the highs, and we just continued to grind higher, and he ended up having a winning trade.
Nice.
So chat is 1-4-0. They know what they're
One
doing.
for one.
Yeah, 1-for-1. Yeah,
Yeah, Trump is still speaking. He said, I recommended Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, to serve as interim senator from the great state of South Carolina.
He is crazy for trusting chat. SJC, I think he even said that it was a brand new, fresh eval, and he was like, I'll just, see what chat will do. And then it worked out, so he's not that crazy.
Entertainment purposes.
Yeah, I think it would be crazy if you're like copy trading 5 fundeds, then yeah, different story.
Did anyone get a win on Friday during the Trump tweet and then also today during the tweet? Did it go to your TP? I
Okay,
just read a
so
comment saying on Friday it went to their TP, but today it went to their stop loss.
So Tanya, when I was on Friday with PAX, I was only on till 10. And so I told chat, like I went through, what I was seeing and what I was like looking at on ES, right? And I was more so favoring downside. And as we were pushing up in the morning, I kept saying like, oh, I don't trust this, I don't trust this. As soon as we got off stream, I ended up entering a short. And then whatever, a couple minutes later, that tweet comes out. I text Pax like, this is the drop that I was waiting for. Oh, brother, did I mess up saying that? He called me and he's like, this is news. This is not you. This is this. And he started lecturing me. I'm like, okay, but my trade worked out. I like whether it was on any other day, I was still trading my setup. And he was trying to tell me like, this is not you, you got lucky, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, I don't disagree. It definitely was lucky, but it worked out. Yeah,
He's
guys,
trying to make sure that you're not that you don't get carried away with your ego about it. That's good, smart.
bro, zero ego. I was sitting here shocked. I'm like, no way this is happening because that stuff never happens to me. But yeah, had zero clue. I would be lying if I said, yeah, this is the drop I was waiting for. Hell no. 50 points on ES was not what I was looking for. But yeah. So what is this price action right now? It is normal PA right now. Norris, I disagree.
She disagrees with you, Norris.
I do. Respectfully. CL starting to pull back a bit. Okay, yeah,
Look at that
this
drop
is
again.
Norris. This is why I respectfully disagreed.
Like every time you might be tempted to take a long, you drop your ass down.
Yeah,
40 point.
it's like that one. I'm gonna say it, GIF. Chaz can be like, it's not GIF, but it's that one GIF where it's we're going up, we're going down, we're going up, we're going down. You know what I'm talking about, or no? Now I look like an idiot trying to explain this. It's the Looney Tunes like arrow up, arrow down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all right. No one gets it. Thanks,
I
Cooper.
like the
You're
one
the
where
only
it's the
one.
guy on the phone and it's like he bought, drop it.
Oh yeah, that one's good
Sold,
too.
pump it. I think that's hilarious. Donald Duck. Michael Scott. Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap. Oh my God, that's too good. You have no idea the toll that
Someone
that two
someone
Trump tweets have on a person.
bro, someone just sent this in my Discord. That's
Oh,
so
it's
funny.
rabbit season, that one. This rabbit
War
season,
on,
duck
war off.
season.
I say it's duck season.
You do know what that does to a man?
This may be a no trade day for me. Thunder.
Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap.
Yo, mama, you might be in the minority. You might be one of the few people enjoying this right now. Guys, can we pump up the likes before we get off stream? Can we get to 750 perhaps? 750 doable? Mayhaps, yeah, perhaps.
Pump up the likes. So what did you look for? Wait, there's 720 likes. Wow.
Let's get 750, guys. And if we hit
Woo!
750, now let's do 775. And then 800. Hurry up before Nick and Stowe get on. Quick.
This is how we do it. This is how we do it.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Wait, no, I messed that up. There are market demands and then there are Salma demands. I said please. Did I? If I didn't, I'll say it now. Please, guys, let's pump up the likes. Por favor.
Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap. Tanya, what indicator for midnight and open? It's called ICT kill zones and pivots. TFO. Give the lady what she wants.
Pump it up.
There we go, 750.
All right, you guys know the deal. 775. I'm joking.
She's gonna become an auctioneer.
Yo, I don't know how they speak so quick.
There's like a training for that.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've
Yeah,
seen
let's
it
bring
on
the
TikTok.
point
The way y'all get likes so easily compared to the guys is hilarious. Um,
Thank you.
well, I don't know if is it because we're women?
I don't care.
Actually, let's not go down that rabbit hole, actually. It's a skill issue from the guys. I think.
Exactly.
Skill issue.
Skill issue.
Is it skill issue or is it sexism? It's really for my hair. Thank you. Appreciate that.
It's for the hair.
I appreciate that.
It's favoritism. We're the OGs. We're the favorites. Well,
By the way,
we can't talk about that. It's only to talk about the beginning of the stream.
oh yeah. You
Don't
guys
let-
don't know, but Nick and
don't let
Stowe
them
are
know, don't let them
backstage talking to us. So here they are.
Hi, friends.
Jazz hands. No, hi.
How did you guys get
Good stuff.
700 likes?
Bro, because we're goaded.
You guys cheated. I know it.
Yeah.
Now we did a
how many
giveaway.
of these are from some click farm?
No, we did a giveaway.
Oh. Well, that's cool. What'd you give away?
A hoodie.
Oh, whoa. Okay.
Nice.
And we're giving away something every single Monday until Deli gets tired of doing giveaways. So you guys better be here every single Monday morning and pumping up the likes. There you go.
So we can continue to flex on the boys.
That's a good chill. That was nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
Appreciate it.
How are you ladies doing today?
I've been
Okay.
better. I've had better days.
Wrong side
I
of
got
this.
destroyed again on the tweet.
I saw your crash. Are you going to do a crash out round 2 video?
I didn't crash out as much, I think, but I was just like, not again. Yeah, I gotta put the highlight up. Gotta do it. Just not again. Bruh.
By some miracle, I was short. I don't know. I have to look back and see if I was actually in a good trade or not. But I was short 650 when that happened.
Stowe's like skill issue. Uno reverse card.
I hated it. I hated being in that trade. But I was short 650 and then the screen froze and I was like, okay, one of two things is about to happen to me. And yeah, I got paid very fast. So that was cool.
Sick.
Now I'm buying something that I felt reluctant to buy. So
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked they just pushed that out. They just tagged me as I've bought and sold this little whatever you want to call this several times this morning. But that one actually ended up in a loss because I added and it just got ran over.
yeah,
So that's fun.
Oh, but now we're breaking the IB. Man, what a scam Monday. Woo!
Classic Monday. Just pure scam. Everybody scam.
I feel scammed.
Manic Monday.
You guys should feel scared.
Bro, how is NQ? What is NQ doing?
I don't, dude.
Bro, did it just make new highs on the day?
Yes.
Yes, it
What
did.
the Okay, that's my sign to GTFO out of here.
Yeah.
Bye. Have fun.
All right. You
All
guys,
right. Love you
fun,
and
you
see you
guys.
later.
Ciao.
take care. Love you guys. Everybody be safe.
Be
Ciao.
safe.
Hey, everybody.
Hi. Good morning.
We're back.
Good morning, Nick. Good to see you. How are you?
Oh, it's been 12 hours since we've last spoke.
Yep.
Hung out together live in front of people. So I'm good. I slept. The baby did not. So my sleep was irrelevant.
I see. Touche.
She decided thunderstorm at 5 a.m. Perfect time to wake up.
Yep. That tracks. I feel like we're picking up right where I left off, though, because we did all the, I don't know. I continued in that trade a little longer last night. I eventually had a good short into 660s and got out of it.
I think we were kind of talking about this, at least the whatever. Obviously, Trump tweet. What it just happened. Those just grain of salt with everything. Every time that leads to something, but I feel like we were kind of looking for continuation after you kept trying to buy, kind of like the Friday open area. It was like whatever 800s, basically 820s.
Yeah.
Like once that finally got lost, and that's basically in the pre-market where we came up to, or I guess the London session where we were up to, and that failed again. So looking for shorts, but now we might get punished.
But this is what was weird today is, so I said last night, I was like, I'm going to let ES steer the ship. Because I don't know what NQ's doing. NQ's in the middle of nowhere. ES really respected that 93, 92, 75 spot. Like it opened right there. Immediate opening drive up, retested that area like 4 times. But NQ was making like lower lows the whole time that was happening. So that was weird.
Well, it's like last night I think we kind of talked about ES being at the highs, NQ doing NQ things, stuck literally in like the dead center of this wider balance that it's in. And of course, nothing good is happening if you've been actively not scalping in the middle of this range. If you've been holding for one side to win out, to traverse to the other side, you probably have had a hard morning. We are in the dead center of this balance, just below the all-time highs here, and it's the exact same range that we've been in and talked about last night. That 1,000 point whatever, we were in the dead center, and we still are. So chop to be expected, I guess. ES not really showing it wants to lead or do a whole lot of anything either yet.
No. And now they flipped. So now, NQ looks good. Yeah, it ran its overnight low. This was nice. Trump candle, whatever. This setup I took on NQ is really good. This is the A+ on trend down day. It worked twice. And there was a really good seller up here to lean on. I also have this 665 level that I was leaning on too. But now we're above it. Now, I feel like the day's context, at least NQ's intraday context, has completely changed. And ES is just stuck up here. And they've been putting a bajillion lots into this 94, 93 spot. Same as they were doing last night as well. So I don't know what this little node is doing down here. Away from the point of control, we've kind of made these like 3 little guys. And I would call this high terrible. So I don't know. I guess I think like 5 things right now, and they're all opposite of each other.
Yeah, I don't know either. I do love that the girls did a great job getting us all these likes, and there was 1,400 people in here, and then the second they're off camera, 400 people just are like, all right, bye guys, we don't care. We're gonna leave with them.
Is it the hat? Is it because I wore a hat?
It might be the hat.
I could do my hair tomorrow if you guys
I'm not gonna say it's us, but it's probably us.
Well, you know what? To hell with them, Nick.
Yeah, we'll just keep all of this secret alpha for ourselves, I guess.
I'm just kidding.
Need some guy liner? Put a wig on, guys.
Don't tempt me.
I think this is not going to work. If anything, it might actually make more of you leave. Things are not what they seem.
Can you really see guy liner if I'm wearing glasses though? Is it going to come through?
That's the question.
I could ask Willow to grab me some. I don't know. I don't want to do that. She did say she was going to paint my nails, so we might have that going for us tomorrow.
I need dark curls. You guys want me to get a perm or something? Am I going 80s man perm now?
Nick, you said your hair was getting long. Why don't you let it go a little more?
I can't.
Get a perm.
If I do, I have to go like full slicked back, like European, Italian, greasy kind of looking mobster. Like it goes like 80s Wall Street mixed with Italian mafia guy.
I like that too.
But that's a whole look that doesn't exactly work when you're in basically gym shorts and Viore clothes half the time. It's also hot here, so if I'm growing out the hair, it ain't gonna happen in the middle of July.
That's true. That's true. I did my time with long hair. It was a pain. I looked like the Undertaker all the time. No need to recreate that ever again.
If anyone wants to see me with long, I guess the long flowing hair, you can watch the pre-roll for Midweek Vibes, because that is me with long hair as basically a John Wick equivalent. That's about what it's going to look like. I think that guy looks cool. Maybe a little thicker than that, but kind of like that.
I don't know. Yeah. Am I holding for higher here? It's trying to talk me out of this. I like this entry. It's holding the London 30-second OR. There was a lot of dudes there. I mean, we were very bullish above that. The only way we got below it was that Trump tweet. We have not run the overnight low in ES.
I didn't even read the damn tweet. What did he say?
Dude, but I didn't read the tweet either.
Oh, the straight is open. It will remain open. I love how it's open between Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
I thought it was.
Then it's
didn't
closed
he say
on the weekends.
blockade is back?
I don't know. Tracy, are you monitoring the situation?
Tracy, Mom.
Because I'm losing track with it only being open on the weekdays when apparently the world economy needs to function. But then the second it closes on Friday, it's like we just suddenly war talk is back on the table. I don't know what's happening, but it's open, it's closed, it has normal 9 to 5 business hours apparently. I have sold this view up 3 times, and I don't think I'm going to do it again.
Stowe and Silent Nick. Yeah, Stowe with long hair sounds like somebody from Clerks. Nick, there's millions of fine-looking women in this world, but not all of them bring you lasagna to work. Most of them just cheat on you.
Yep. I don't think I've ever gotten someone to bring me lunch to work. That seems like it'd be fun. Nice.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Are we going to break this?
Some days I'm Dante, some days I'm Randall. It's always a toss-up.
So did you hear the news?
Which news?
I'm doing a Develop Your Edge session this Thursday.
Yes, I did hear that news.
I am, in fact, finally
super
sitting
excited
down
for
with
that.
Jim to actually do one. I don't think it's going to be a big shock to everybody. I think I try to explain the way I look at the markets a little bit every day when I'm on stream, but hopefully this will give you guys a better peek, because we don't get a ton of time to do what probably guides most of my trades, which is a little bit of the longer time frame. I guess long time frame for you and me, Stowe, which would be kind of week by week, hourly type candles is about as long time frame as I really look outside of the dailies do. But that's how I find a lot of my spots. That's how I engage. That's where I draw lines and boxes and kind of get a perspective on where we might actually go. So hopefully that's going to be valuable to everybody.
See, I was told that you don't ever trade at all. You never take a trade.
I do not trade on stream, apparently. I have never taken a trade, and for a good 3 weeks straight, apparently I've never traded. But, here I am. I have been streaming live on YouTube, trading and pressing buttons and showcasing P&L, sometimes not showcasing it other times. And it still doesn't matter. Apparently, I just can't make anybody happy. So live executions don't matter.
Try not to sling any contracts on the way through the parking lot. So good. Nice one, man, dude.
Hey, try not to suck any dick.
production. Family show.
2020, we do need repeat lessons on OFL. All four of you guys are unique in your approach on the same trading harness. I feel like every time I write about the way I trade, I have to call that out to people, and I say it out loud. It's like, you have 4 traders, with my 3 best trading friends here that do the show with me every day. We all are digesting the same information at the same time. We all read it, dissect it, and articulate it back in different ways. And I think that will help a lot of different traders, because I may say something that makes absolutely no sense to you, and then you hear XY or Stowe say the exact same thing, just in a different way of phrasing it, and suddenly it clicks. That's why I think it is, there's no clean way to trade. Like, the same exact information, 4 different traders, all having slightly different perspectives of the way it matters to them and how they read it and what's important to them. So hopefully that's helpful. Different perspectives always for different learning styles.
I like your short here.
I'm not in a short anymore, unfortunately.
Oh, nards. Okay. Well, now it's definitely going to work.
I short the overnight VWAP like 3 times. I add an ad and it worked, and then I end up getting round tripped on the others.
Yeah.
They'll be surprised that Nick's talking about trading and not AI lessons. That'll be the other stream eventually.
Lito, I don't remember what the price action was up there. So I can't say for sure it's a poor high. At 10, I can look at looking at the DOM, 1025 on ES traded only 6 slots. So that can be exhaustive up here, as it did crack a new one. As
far as market profile, it's not a poor high technically.
No.
Or TPO, excuse me.
But my target is up there, because the idea here is we have not broken an IB in ES. We have not broken an overnight high or overnight low in ES. We are holding London's 30-second opening range, which I've taken several shots at. I'm loosely in this idea, but I don't know what NQ is up to. It keeps leaving its top cloud. It's pushing back down off the open. So, I don't know. I think confidence level in this trade is like 30%, maybe. I might scalp another one if they give me a shot here, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see if NQ really holds this 660 spot, holding previous day low. I don't know. They're both at kind of decision points at the moment. I would say it's worth trading today. Today's price action has been sick.
Yeah, you could have been scalping this left and right. NQ's been pretty clean as far as rotations. Even like pretty on brand too. Like 100 point, 70 point rotations here and there. Like both directions. Definitely could scalp this.
Yeah.
Several chances to kind of let it sweep under the overnight low, come back, get long. Like there's trades. Definitely trades today. Like even now, you got an IB high. You could have taken the rotation off that if you're looking short. Definitely a decent day to trade. But yeah, you could not be holding confidently today. Trust me, we have range days that are a lot sloppier than this.
Yeah. Leo, that's also why my target's up there. This is like I'm just doing value to value right now. And I can make when I can make a case for both sides, that is typically a day where I should be leaning into just value to value side, not looking for a breakout either direction. And so that's what I'm trying to do here. And just since, I mean, if you take out the initial, so there's kind of, we did two things today. We pinged around up here. So you call this guy balance. And then we got the blockades back, baby. We got down here to 75. Also a level I had marked. My levels. Did I trade this? No. And now we're doing a new thing. So I'm splitting this day up into two pieces. First day, balance box, and then came down, made this low, retested it. So there is a buyer here. We came back up into the middle of this previous range, rejected it, made a higher low, and then still we haven't breached any of these highs yet. So what I want to lean on here is this looks like higher low trying to press into this spot to break this. So that's where my head is at. And NQ is doing productive things. It's holding its previous day low. It's holding that 660 spot. But again, confidence, 30%. Because I don't know what the hell they're doing here at 93, 94. This is becoming a very annoying node. Oh my gosh.
Jeez, it's not even euro close yet. Yeah, definitely building a bit of balance, it seems.
No, Lito, I wouldn't be done. I'm still trading this, whether I'm on stream or not.
I think this is a decent, so far, I mean, this is a decent day to trade. There's still plenty of opportunity likely, even if we do become range bound. Not historically, but I feel like we've had a lot of Mondays where there's been one move, and if you didn't catch the second part of it, it just turns into a Monday, not a trend day, but just a drift upwards and then a pause. And this isn't turning into that just yet. So there's definitely still opportunity. But velocity is definitely dying here a little bit. We're slowing down a touch.
Oh, we got 20 minutes into the Europe close. So this is, I mean, I always trade at least through the Europe close.
There's nothing wrong with that 2 hour period. If you're really going to trade full time, like that's probably your best time of the day. And if you're not holding runners, maybe don't come back till we start doing trade the close. If you really wanted to try to find another trade.
Where's Rusty? He's sleeping. Yeah. He was up all night, by the way.
Waiting for Rusty just to full yeet onto the
full port.
Yeah, he's just going to full leap onto the panels.
This freaking guy.
That cat.
I'm going to have to leave an Amazon review for these panels that like, hey, these things are,
by the way,
invincible.
The cat scratcher you didn't know you needed. That also doubles as that helps with your audio for your Zoom calls. Yeah, last night was funny though. I think I saw Rusty do it before Stowe even did. Because Stowe was mid rant talking about something, and Rusty just leaps behind him, and I yell.
Oh, he came back Rusty down on me so hard. He drew blood. I don't know if you can see. You probably can't see it, but like he jumped down off that thing, and like all of a sudden I was gushing blood. Like, gee, good grief!
Dangerous game trading.
It is. No, Rusty's never passed an eval. He's probably in the bathtub. Actually, that's his favorite place. He likes to sleep in the bathtub.
That's what one of my Goldens does during storms. He likes to go in the bathtub. He feels safe there. Or like he likes to lay like right next to it, and then kind of tuck himself between the wall, the toilet, and like the bathtub and like the powder room.
Have you run him through
downstairs.
like some tornado watch drills, and that's why?
He's been that way since he was a puppy. I feel like when we were crate training him when he was young, like we just had a bad storm and he was alone and scared, and he just has always been a more anxious of the two boys. The other one could not care. What are we doing here in Q? What are we doing?
I think we're making new highs.
What is gold doing?
On NQ.
Oh, God.
That's what I
Gold.
think we're up to.
Gold, please don't crash my computer right now. There we go. Every once in a while, I like try to load my gold chart and like something, I think something with my studies and stuff here is just, it decided to like die because it randomly freezes up, and every once in a while it's just like, I got to close Ninja.
Yeah.
It just locks on this one. I got to just delete this off the chart book and reload it or something. Templates.
All right, let me get the big guy up here. Where's the big guy? All right. There's NQ.
I mean, we are in the dead center of this thing.
Yeah. But here's the ES, though.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, ES is still somewhat at the highs.
And they have made that 92.75 the point of control on the 6th day now. So I'm probably going to have to start to ignore that as a pivot. Otherwise, I'm just, hey, Omni. Good morning, buddy. My day's going good. I was blessed by the velocity logic gods earlier. So that was cool.
Morning, fiber optic.
Morning. Yeah, this is our conversation. This is our red team, blue team right now.
Mm-hmm.
Nice red team. Nice blue team. And so ES is just chilling at its open. So is NQ. But it's grinding up against this high.
That's right.
Annoying.
Not really. Guess I just gotta wait until we make a decision here.
What is the average IB range on ES? I don't know, number one, but based on what? Like how many days are you talking?
There's a lot of ways you could choose how you want to look at that data.
My personal expected range for ES with VIX opening at 15 today is 29, and we have already gone well past that. So
I'm just waiting for them to delist the VIX at this point. Not allowed to go over 20 for more than a day.
No.
Basically illegal. So might as well delist the damn thing.
They're only allowed to go over it for a few milliseconds, like whenever this tweet comes in. It's allowed.
It was like when it was like whatever, August 2 years ago, the Bank of Japan stuff, and we hit like a 49 or something for like 7 minutes, and then it was gone and never saw it again anywhere close. It was like back under 20 within a day, 2 days. That was a fun week, 3 days, whatever it was. It's like a Wednesday overnight, and the whole thing was, we are so back, let's go to all-time highs by like Friday. So always fun. I was most definitely not blessed by the Trump tweet gods this morning. I have been there.
Yeah, that was Friday.
I have been on the right side of it and the wrong side of it. I want to say it was maybe in November or something last year. Whenever the soybean, all that stuff was going on with Trump and we were redoing tariffs again, like October of last year. I don't know. I was just positioned with like monthly options, like 3 weeks out. I bought them probably like the day before, whatever that was. And we dropped like 2% in like an hour. And then I sold them before the weekend started. Outside of like, and I've also been on it where I open a position, it just gets liquidated within 5 minutes because of that. So that's fun.
On NQ, I'm watching this. So this is nice. This retest here of all this volume. It has a good tail. That low is great. Retested this volume and said, no, thank you. It's in a much grindier place. But I don't know. So NQ is leading down until that tweet. After that tweet, NQ has been leading up. So this is the thing I need to protect myself against because I use ES and NQ together, and they have been like rotating. I don't know. I assume that stuff's rotating from the Dow to NQ and back and back and back. And that's why I've been, I don't know, so flummoxed. But we're going to close here. We just closed London. Nothing to do but hold it. Confidence now 28%. Tracy did say earlier, I did see that, Tracy. Thank you, by the way. Tracy said the strait is effectively closed, even though it is reportedly open. Only one tanker went through today. And I wonder, how do you get to be the one tanker? You know, like, how are you? I think about the people that are on these boats so much. Like, I think about these tanker captains. And I'm like, what is your life like in this madness that your job is to somehow get all of this this giant thing through that must be so crazy to try to figure out how to navigate whether this is a good idea or a bad idea.
Do you think some of those guys are like on these tankers using like event contracts of like how many boats will pass through today because they're on the inside track?
Insider tanker trading?
Yes.
Maybe.
They're sitting on all these prediction markets, just being like, how many tankers are going to make through the strait today? Will the strait be open by this date?
Paul, are you getting short? All right. I don't know, bro. If I wasn't in from 88, I wouldn't be doing anything. I'd wait for 04 to 07 again. Weekly opens up there, and we've rejected it. So, I mean, we're below the weekly open for what it's worth. But NQ is happy to be bid. Yeah, we're just fighting. It's a 6-point fight. One tanker. So you're saying there's a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I was trying to think of I think that of all the Silent Bob lines, the Clerks 1 Silent Bob line is my favorite. For sure. There's millions of fine looking women in this world. Great one. No Tickets from Dogma, also funny in its own right. The Chasing Amy one's not bad. That movie is a little. Movie doesn't hold up quite as well anymore, though.
What are we trying to do? Are we going to sell, really? Or are we just stuck? I can't pump NQ, guys. Nobody can pump NQ. Nobody wants to do anything, apparently. We're just going to stall. Stowe and I pretty much killed volatility. Second we got on camera.
They're going to do something from here. For sure. I don't know if it's today. I tell you, they're about to put point of control down here at 92.75.
Mm-hmm.
These NQ sellers are trying to get on sides here. Below 95, 695.
Yeah.
It's definitely pushing now. They're trying to.
Like, do you buy where Stowe bought again?
I might. We'll see.
Same thing with NQ. It's like, do you come back down to like 650s and get long here? 640s, excuse me. White van guys will make their move. They probably will.
Waiting on the midday run up. I mean, that's fine if you want to wait for that, but what if it's a midday run down? Midday run over. Also, what if we could just stay here? Lunchtime delivery. Are you talking about price delivery, or are you talking about like Jimmy John's? God, I haven't had a sandwich in a dog's age, Nick. Oh my goodness, I just thought about that.
What kind of sandwich
Stab
you gonna
somebody
get?
for I can't. I can't.
Is it a stupid sandwich?
I can't eat bread. No bread.
Oh, man.
It's too much. It's too much wasted calories.
You're
I can't
not
do
wrong,
it.
but I decided to eat on top of whatever I ate for dinner last night. I was like starving 20 minutes later because that's what happens. So I guess when it's 10 o'clock and you've been eating since like 2 p.m. I made like a massive PB&J at like 11 o'clock after I had already eaten. It was amazing. Just like classic white bread, just garbage jelly and peanut butter, like no stir peanut butter, just fantastic.
Did you eat it?
I ate it
like
on the floor
on a paper plate over the counter, like a proper dad.
I ate it on the floor, in my mudroom because I made it, and then one of the dogs is scratching at the back door, so I was like waiting for him to come back inside, and was just like sitting on the floor in the mudroom, kind of just like enjoying it alone.
I love that.
I don't know why I was sitting on the floor. I just didn't want to stand. Can we do anything? 90.
This is pretty fun.
No. I
like it.
That's what they do to us.
All right. Confidence now 35%.
Chat, how was everyone's weekend? Did everyone have a good weekend? Did you guys do anything fun?
You know they did.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you guys do this weekend? Shit post? Token maxing? That's what Nick did.
I did a lot. Yeah, I token maxed a lot this weekend. I am basically at my weekly limit. My usage limit.
Did they reset for everybody on the same day? Like mine's a Thursday.
Mine
is just
too.
me? Okay.
Mine's Thursday too, but I think it depends on when you actually you subscribe for the first time. But I'm probably going to spin up a second account for my other business or something, and just have everything still sit and just kind of run it from another terminal on one of the other computers, but then have everything still communicate the same way. I don't know. I also could easily go back. I could just buy a Spark and run a lot more locally and not even have to worry about it. It's probably what I should do. Yeah, let me spend $4,000 on a brick that sits on my desk to save another $200 a month. Which the math is there, but not really. NVIDIA basically built a Mac Studio on steroids a little more, like at more cost-effective price with one of the Blackwell chips, more of a consumer version of something a little larger. I believe it just runs Linux. I don't think it has Windows on it natively, but it's kind of designed for more of the AI development piece. But there's a lot of local models that you could actually fit on it. And I'm looking to train a couple on a few things that I'm doing. So I was debating between doing that. I don't really need another tower PC. Another giant box in my office is probably not what I need.
No, I think you need that. I think you need to see how hot you can make it.
I would build my own, but it's like to even I could get the same level of like compute from buying that thing, and it'd be, the size of a sandwich. I think I'd rather just have that on my desk than another giant thing that costs about the same and definitely uses more electricity.
Can we please stop talking about sandwiches? Please. I'm doing all this work for my grandma yesterday and Saturday, and she's like, "Oh, here, check out all this pie. You want like all this pie?" I'm like, "No, get away from me, pie, Grandma. I can't scan this pie into my app."
It just responds after you scan it. It's just like, don't do it. Don't do it.
It's a slippery slope. Trying to do something. What are you doing, 670? There you go. All right, somebody win this fight, please. I'm at a lot if that 4 stays. Got more stacked up there at 675. Ah, hell with it. Put one more on. Okay. Now or never. Or,
Yeah.
I mean, that's not true. I shouldn't say that. Could be now, never, or later.
NQ could drop another 20 points and bid again. Yes, could literally been off that tiny little node where you got in.
It looks like they're pushing against it, though. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if any. It's kind of drying up down here. I need to get back above 80. I need to get back above 90 to feel good about it. But I see a tail. So I put one on.
Yeah, Jacob definitely could. NQ could absolutely flush down here.
Yeah.
Anywhere between 610, 620s, probably even, 580s too. You got the node that kind of built out here too.
It's pretty flat. Maybe I should wait for 85. Definitely some dude on NQ doing work on the offer. It's getting filled. Mm. Hmm.
Thank you. If anybody wants to step in around here.
Yeah. This would be the spot. This would be the spot, but it doesn't look like I mean, it looks like they've got their foot on it still. There's some bid coming in there at 635. It's passive. I'm stuck down here, though. Still below this 90 spot. You got a lift?
They give you a lift.
It did not. Stop's in a good spot. Tape is definitely flipping. Well, it's trying to. I see this.
Still wants lower.
Yeah. And Q does anyway. Pretty big node right there. Yeah. Yeah, they're going to take me out. Yep. To the tick. Oh, you bastards. Time is it?
We got 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
I mean, it's just been slow. All up in its feelings.
I know. There's not much going on down here. So like, this is all right. So all this selling is on side. Wow. To the tick. Whoa. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Maybe something happens. CPI day tomorrow. I know. Inflation's been defeated for 7 years, apparently. So I'm kidding.
Let's see. Consumer
price index.
I'm gonna guess it's high.
Still not calculated the way it probably would to actually measure it correctly. Also manipulating it to the way it is now versus like, okay, but let's compare it over the last few years too.
You guys know how I feel about things that are predicted and things that print. I shan't repeat that. Just in case the analysts are watching. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Ruin anybody's Monday.
If I reported, my forecasts to any revenue leaders in my career was off by as much as some of these analysts are off, I would be fired. I guess when you have to report earnings to Wall Street and all that rolls up to, higher numbers over time in any given quarter, when you're violently wrong across the board, it usually doesn't go over very well. But if you're an analyst, doesn't matter.
It's got to be the best gig on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Now we're going to move. Here we come, 29,300. Well, that would be fun and violent.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
I mean,
We're
that
still
would
testing
be-
the bottom of this.
Yeah, basically, I mean, we're still just sitting within last week's value. So, but yeah, crazier things have happened.
We'll see if this seller. Jim.
Hey
Jim.
guys.
What's up, brother?
What's happening, man?
Oh, nothing. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm doing
That's
pretty
good.
Can't complain. Had a
Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, foiled by the Pirates a couple times this weekend, but
They won.
well, I know. I was on the other side.
Jim. Dude, we swept the Brewers at home. You have no idea how big of a weekend that was for me.
Well, I know.
It was beautiful.
Yeah. Well, oh well. I faded you a little bit, but I apologize. I regret it.
It's okay.
I have regrets, as you would say.
I didn't have any. I don't put any money on anything. I just I just live and die by the wins and losses. But dude, that was such a huge series.
Yeah.
To even just to win it would have been good enough, but to take all three.
Yeah.
What a statement going into the All-Star break, man.
Yeah.
Feels good.
Well, the McGregor fight made it up for me, so it was good.
Oh,
Were you on?
That was also
Did you have
sad,
the
too.
inside track about the knee?
No, a lot of people were emotionally vested here, but yeah, Max Holloway he's a beast, man. He's one of these guys that kind of laugh at you when you punch him in the face.
Man, I can't watch that stuff. Too violent. Does that make me a wimp? I don't know.
No.
I remember watching like boxing with my grandfather when I was a kid. I would watch like Holyfield and Foreman stuff. Maybe not Holyfield. Maybe it was George Foreman. But we would always watch. He let me stay up and watch the pay-per-views, and like I just can't watch. It's just like I don't know.
Well, Nick does that MMA level training in his garage every morning, so he's
not maybe not that far, but yeah, I have been known to push my limits, but lately I need my ass kicked a little more. I've been a little lazy over the last couple of years trying to raise a kid, I guess. And that's how this happens. That's how it starts.
No, it's not lazy. It's being a good dad.
So if we ever got into like a skirmish on the street with like some ruffians, you'd be able to put them in a chokehold, and I'm like, I'm all set. I don't need to.
Nope.
Okay.
No, not me. Not the guy.
Oh my god! Any event, what's your game plan here, Stowe, managing out of this position? Just let it go.
I don't know. I might scratch out of it now. I got stopped, and then I like this bid here now. NQ is still holding 600, which is that whole. They left this whole node, so NQ is kind of in a double distribution day at the moment.
Yeah.
So I'm just leaning off of that. ES is really flat. We still have lots to do on ES with a overnight high or low plus an IB high or low break. This is the tricky part of a balance day, though, is getting into it in a decent spot. Because balance days also tend to expand.
Well, we're on your side, brother. We're rooting for you. Nick, you're flat across the board, right?
I am flat currently. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's give these two a round of applause for a job well done, please. It's my favorite part of Monday morning right there, by the way. So I do have some public service announcements right now.
Okay.
On Wednesday at 4 p.m. East Coast time, so after the bell rings, don't move a muscle. We have another Develop Your Edge a special event. I'm sorry, Retail Therapy with Jared Tendler.
Oh, cool.
Yep, that's it's 4 to 5, and he's gonna walk through a couple of traders as he usually does, and he'll take questions at the end if we have them. So 4 o'clock Wednesday, 5 to 5. It'll be awesome. Looking forward to seeing the one and only Jared on there. Secondly, we'll be talking about this more and more, but Nick is going to be doing a Develop Your Edge on Thursday, 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So that's a widely anticipated event right there. We're looking forward to it. Nick, I appreciate you just spending time with us after hours to do that.
Of course. Give me a lot of fun.
It will be a lot of fun. Very awesome. All right, you guys, have a great day. Appreciate you as usual. Look forward to talking to you later on in the week. In the meantime, take care. We'll do a quick edge report here.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Later, everybody.
All right, let's talk about natural gas. Natural gas it's on the move, and there's some reasons why. We have a kind of a decent. This is a weekly candle I have on the chart. We had a big red candle on last week. Commitment to traders didn't change very much, but remember the commitment to traders data is a little bit delayed. It's based on Tuesday's data, so events that happen Wednesday and Thursday. Think about EIA reports. Aren't that move price a little bit and expectations aren't necessarily involved with the Friday's commitment to trader report because there's that delay, that 3-day delay. But in any event, this kind of monthly chart, we had these two big spikes here, double top actually, and now we're kind of, snaking sideways on a bigger picture point of view, but the last couple of sessions have been red. Last couple of weeks have been red candles. Let's take a peek at a daily candle here. The previous week's high was right there at 3.355, and we've sold off 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row. And then if I look at the retracement level here, we have we retraced below the 61.8%, right? And the way I measured that was from the lows down here. This is actually calendar year lows, all the way up to the highs. It was a nice steady grind up. Then we went sideways for a long time. This was a kind of big sell-off. So 61.8%. If we close south of that, this could actually make me even more bearish than I already am. So it's looking pretty negative. And here's some things to think about real quickly here. Last Thursday's EIA natural gas storage report kind of really started things rolling here. And then, so I'm looking for another injection above expectations would likely reinforce the bearish trend. Weather's a big thing here. Persistent heat dome across the U.S. I'm hot. I don't know if you guys are hot, but we were hot everywhere. And the eastern U.S. could tighten the balance quickly. Freeport is a big, if you think of Freeport's kind of like, they're under maintenance right now, which means they're down. So all the natural gas that flows into Freeport now is diverted to other places. A lot of it is going back into storage. So it's not hitting all the marketplaces it usually does. So any more maintenance updates, that actually could be bullish if we get an earlier restart on the Freeport natural gas facility. And then production levels, if dry gas production begins to roll over while demand stays elevated, that would improve the supply-demand balance. But right now, everything's looking pretty brutal here. I mean, this all started on the 8th, and then the 9th it really, really accelerated. Friday, continuation selling. Today, continuation selling. Intraday, remember, a lot of people call this a widowmaker, so be careful if you're trading this thing. Make sure that you understand all of the moving parts that you have associated with this market. It's tradable, though. I mean, it's a $10 tick. Right now, we've been trading below VWAP. We didn't get that VWAP touch a couple candles ago. This is a 30-minute candle. Let me get my mouse to stop moving on its own. We finally closed above VWAP, and we have a confirmation candle, but we didn't get far. We didn't get far on the contemporary candle. We just kind of hit that point of control right now, 892. So let's see if this is settling down or if this is just a regular retracement back up, and then we continue our merry way. That one-day max is at 2.870. I have that on my radar screen. And then, of course, the U.S. initial balance low here, right after the U.S. The session lows are also on my radar screen right here. We'll see that momentum is kind of slowing on the way up. We do have that JAX 1 level right there at $2.90 on the upside as a target if we get some continuation. Probably require require a bump up to or maybe even over that first standard deviation band of the volume weighted average price. So that is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us on NinjaTrader Live. Great session so far this morning. Looking forward to this afternoon. Jack, Joey, and Leo, the big cat, are going to be trading the close. Regular 2 o'clock start with Shai's afternoon update. So again, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for the subscriptions and the thumbs up. Have a nice relaxing lunch, and hopefully we'll see you this afternoon.